An announcer's voice booms, declaring an incredible new time of 25 minutes and 56 seconds. The speedrunning emperor, Shichika Daiti, has just set a new world record for another verse. This competition is known as RTA, or real-time attack, a race against the clock. To save time, players must utilize a dizzying array of bugs and glitches. This feat is legendary for a game that normally takes over 100 hours to complete. On stage, Shichiku humbly acknowledges his achievement, almost embarrassed by the attention. The interviewer praises his flawless run, but Shichiku modestly dismisses the compliment. A rival in the crowd watches on, his expression one of stunned disbelief. He thinks back to his own practice streams, comparing them to this perfect performance. Shichiku thanks his cheering fans and the rivals who helped him innovate new strategies. When asked about his reward, he simply states that he has to work this weekend. The live chat explodes with jokes about him being a true wage slave. The RTA summit ends with thunderous applause for the new champion's amazing run. However, one viewer points out a small mistake he made on the final glitch. The public persona fades, revealing the obsessive perfectionist practicing in his darkroom. Surrounded by monitors, the frantic sound of his controller clicks fills the silent space. He endlessly repeats the final, most difficult glitch from his record-breaking run. Even after 1,000 attempts, he knows the success rate is agonizingly low. He mentally calculates the time he lost, a mere 30 seconds he must reclaim. He stares at his setup, convinced that his performance was not good enough. He meticulously dissects every part of his run, even the early game wall clip. Every single move, he thinks, can be smoother, faster, and more perfect. Finally, exhaustion overtakes him, and he curses in frustration as sleep claims him. His fingers go limp, the controller slipping from his grasp as he passes out. The title screen for Another Verse is the last thing he sees before falling asleep. He awakens not in his room, but in a strange, star-filled emptiness. An ethereal voice echoes through the cosmos, speaking of a goddess blessing a lost soul. A brilliant light erupts, and he finds himself inside a magnificent cathedral. He now appears as a young, blonde-haired adventurer, looking around in confusion. The hooded figures surrounding him whisper that the summoning ritual was a success. The summoned hero asks where he is, as the onlookers praise the sky goddess. The queen orders her attendant to announce the successful summoning to the capital. An attendant worries that the hero doesn't look strong enough to win their war. The queen addresses the confused young man, who seems slightly nervous. She introduces herself as Ida, the saintess of salvation and queen of the kingdom. She explains that she summoned him as the otherworldly hero to lend them his power. Their world is threatened by Demon King Apocalypse and his 4 chief followers. Without his help to seal the source of evil, their world is doomed to destruction. She tells him that he is the last hope for their entire world. With a deep bow, she pleads for him to help defeat the Demon King. The hero's eyes widen, not with shock, but with a strange sense of familiarity. He recognizes this scene as the opening cutscene from a game he knows so well. He concludes he must be dreaming, having played the game to the point of hallucination. He wonders why he's in first-person view, a perspective he never uses. He always chooses third person to avoid motion sickness, so this is very strange. He feels his limbs move with perfect realism, like a full-dive VR experience. If he can play in a world this incredibly responsive and real, then there's only one possible course of action. He has to speedrun it. As Queen Ida offers him the legendary Holy Sword, his mind is already made up. He screams for her to wait and sprints past her, a timer starting at 1 second. The stunned queen orders her guards to stop the fleeing hero at once. He runs directly towards a solid stone wall, ignoring the shocked onlookers. To everyone's astonishment, his body begins to phase right through the stone. Queen Ida can only scream in disbelief as the hero vanishes completely. Now free, he begins his solo speedrun commentary, explaining the sword skip. Back in the throne room, a panicked Ida orders a search for the errant hero. In a flash of light, the queen's regal form begins to shift and change. Her elegant silhouette is replaced by a smaller, more agile one. She is now Danya, her civilian disguise, and she rushes out in pursuit. The hero is already tearing through the cobblestone streets of the capital, Falshala. He spots an obstacle ahead, a familiar face from the game's tutorial. It's Jian, a guild member who offers to show new adventurers around. Jian calls out, offering his services to the newcomer from the countryside. He prepares to launch into the mandatory town tutorial, a major time loss. With a perfectly timed leap, the hero dodges past him, uninterested. Jian can only stare in shock as the hero vanishes down the street. He explains that this was the difficult Jian-senpai skip to avoid the tutorial. A precise side jump allows a player to bypass the conversation trigger completely. He remembers how hard the timing is, a common roadblock for new runners. Getting caught means losing 4 minutes and facing the wrath of online viewers. Danya arrives on the scene, still desperately trying to catch the hero. She is out of breath, but determined to complete her mission for the queen. She calls out to Jian, hoping for a clue to the hero's whereabouts. Jian confirms the hero went to the north gate, his voice hollow. She worries that their long-awaited hero will die, unarmed and alone. Jian asks Danya if there is something horribly wrong with him. He compares the feeling of being ignored to that of a pushy salesman. Danya apologizes but continues her chase, leaving the crying man behind. At just over 5 minutes, he reaches the first dungeon, the Forest of the Dead. Danya finally catches up, hiding in the bushes as the hero speaks. To her shock, the first thing he does is strip off his clothes. She shrieks in embarrassment, calling him a shameless pervert for his actions. Now, in his underwear, he calmly picks up a simple wooden stick from the ground. He then runs directly into a massive herd of zombies, much to Danya's horror. She can't comprehend his insane strategy, wondering what he could possibly be thinking. He is facing down a horde of monsters armed with just a single stick. And to make matters worse, he is wearing nothing but his underwear. He makes no attempt to fight back, allowing the zombies to attack him. He endures blow after blow, taking the damage without defending himself. Danya can only watch in horror as the undead swarm and beat him. She screams that his actions are suicidal, as he's only getting hit. The gruesome sight becomes too much for her, and she covers her eyes. After the onslaught, he stands bruised but determined amidst the defeated undead. The zombies lie in a heap around him, their assault seemingly finished. He declares that he has now taken enough intentional damage for his plan. From now on, he will proceed through the area without getting hit again. As he turns to leave, Danya rushes out from her hiding spot to stop him. She introduces herself and insists he will die from his wounds without help. He gives her a silent, dismissive look, his mind already on the next step. As she offers to heal him, he sprints away, yelling that they can still make it. Danya is left in the dark, her expression blank as she questions everything. He sprints on, explaining that this speedrun utilizes the game's easy mode. He explains that it's a speedrunner's duty to take maximum damage here. Bruised, he clarifies that wearing clothes would increase defense, so they're discarded. Danya gives chase, screaming that she is determined to heal him now. He narrates that Danya-tan, the will definitely heal yokai, is in hot pursuit. With the timer running, he calls her an obstacle and sprints away. Exhausted but furious, she vows to heal that bastard by any means. The timer reads 9 minutes and 42 seconds as they arrive at a dark, imposing castle. He cheerfully announces his recovery is complete, thanking a tired Danya-tan. Exhausted, she pleads with him to get equipped, warning he will surely die. She explains that the puppet user Arachne, one of the Elite Four, resides here. He sprints away again, and she screams for him to listen to her. He questions why her dialogue seems different, attributing it to his dream. His eye widens in a moment of sudden, sharp realization. The hero stands before a monstrous, single-eyed spider, completely unfazed. Danya screams that it's Arachne's familiar and he'll die in his undies. In a blur of motion, he advances on the spider, baffling Danya. A close-up on his eye reveals his unwavering, focused determination. With calm precision, he begins to poke the monster with his stick. She stares in horror, unable to believe he's fighting with a stick. The spider explodes in a flash, leaving a stunned Danya, questioning how. He presents the glowing stick, naming it the strange rod glitch. He explains the stick's power is now 1024, making the holy sword trash. He warns the item might be patched, leaving Danya utterly lost. He celebrates a lucky potion drop, while Danya stands in a cosmic daze. He announces their entry into the mid-boss dungeon, Arachne's castle. Within a web-strewn hall, Arachne sinisterly welcomes the otherworldly hero. She declares her desire for him, a superior puppet from another world. Danya stands protectively before him, vowing she won't let the demons take him. Arachne lunges, declaring that he is destined to become her puppet. He announces a bug to skip the fight and phases through a wall. Danya stands alone, facing a bewildered and silent Arachne. Arachne's expression is one of pure, silent bewilderment. Danya is left flustered, blushing from sheer confusion and shock. Arachne turns, her expression dark as she wonders where he vanished. A trembling, mummified minion points toward the solid stone wall. The horrified minion explains that the hero passed directly through the wall. She screams at her defects, furious that they're stating the obvious. She orders her minions to find him, declaring the otherworldly hero is hers. Danya emerges onto an outer ledge, thinking she's found the right place. Her hand clips through the solid stone as she exits the wall. With great effort, she struggles to pull herself through the wall's geometry. Her tail gets caught for a moment as she finally makes it through. He explains that with the strongest stick, they can ignore the other bosses. A diagram shows how a warp bug will take them to the final boss. He notes a single point avoids the death zone, but Danya interrupts. She confronts him, demanding to know what he's planning to do. She furiously accuses him of doing nothing but screwing around. She reminds him he is the hero meant to defeat the Demon King. With tears in her eyes, she pleads for him to save the world properly. He calmly states that fighting mid-bosses isn't required to clear the game. He explains that for an any percent run, minimizing time loss is everything. He declares his purpose, to be the fastest to defeat the Demon King. A tear forms in her eye as his words hang in the air. He arrives at the cliff's edge, announcing they've reached the target point. He leaps off the cliff, declaring the final boss fight has begun. Danya looks down into the dark, swirling abyss below the cliff. She stares after him, her expression a mixture of shock and uncertainty. She closes her eyes, her face hardening with a newfound determination. With a resolute cry, she leaps from the cliff to follow him. He uses the potion mid-fall, calling it valuable resting time. He notes the potion's bad taste, but thinks the run is going well. He mentally checklists his successes, including the Jian Senpai skip. He feels embarrassed for trying to act cool in front of Danya-tan. He remembers her emotional plea, realizing that dialogue was unscripted. He wonders if he can push himself to achieve an even better time. He dismisses the thought, since this is a dream and the time isn't real. He grins with manic energy, vowing to speedrun the moment he wakes. His goal is to be faster than anyone else in the world. He must even surpass his own previous records and personal bests. That is the ultimate reason why he must continue to push himself. He lands before the massive Demon King apocalypse, ready for battle. He vows that this time his fight against the Demon King will be flawless. The Demon King's dark shadow looms over the hero in the throne room. The Demon King addresses the hero who has come from another world. The Demon King sneers the word hero from its massive, skeletal jaw. The Demon King calls him a lowly human as Danya gently floats down. The Demon King offers a merciful purge, ready to unleash his power. Before the attack lands, the hero is already a blur of motion. He skips the dialogue and strikes, causing the Demon King to roar in pain. He explains that the first phase of the fight is straightforward. He must simply avoid the tentacles and strike 3 times with his rod. However, for a speedrunner with maximized attack and no health, a massive tentacle slams down, narrowly missing the dodging hero. He will die in a single hit if any attack connects with him. He coolly notes it's fine as long as he avoids getting hit. He readies himself for the next attack as Danya watches on. She is stunned that he is overwhelming the Demon King so easily. He effortlessly dodges the Demon King's devastating ground attacks. She realizes this is the power of one summoned from another world. His face is grim with concentration as he prepares the final blow. He lands the 3rd hit, calling it the magic of a hero. The Demon King curses him as he dissolves, the timer marking his defeat. Danya celebrates, but he calmly tells her that the fight is not over. The Demon King begins to reform, initiating the fight's 2nd phase. He explains the fight's difficulty, but Danya cannot understand him. He must now use the most difficult glitch, the Shichiku step. He tells a confused Danya that it is a glitch he discovered. He recalls failing this glitch at the event, the live chat mocking him. The Demon King Apocalypse, in its 2nd form, crackles with terrifying dark energy. Shichiku calmly notes that this unskippable cutscene is about to end. He explains the Demon King's attacks are random, making the next glitch pure luck. Turning to Danya with grim seriousness, he asks her to please pray for him. She is bewildered by his request, a slang term for needing good fortune. The battle resumes with a furious roar as the Demon King attacks the damn human. Shichiku's face is a mask of intense focus, anticipating the monster's every move. He effortlessly dodges a massive vertical slash that shatters the stone floor. He expected the vertical attack. Now he needs a horizontal one for his setup. Instead, the Demon King begins charging a powerful multi-hit energy blast. His perfect run is ruined. He curses his terrible, pattern-breaking luck. Danya, unaware, closes her eyes and clasps her hands in fervent, genuine prayer. Then, the impossible happens. The Demon King's attack pattern abruptly shifts. Shichiku is completely stunned by the sudden, unexpected change in tactics. The monster has switched to the horizontal attack pattern he desperately needed. He glances over, realizing Danya's prayer might have influenced the outcome. He excitedly theorizes that her prayer stabilizes the RNG, a new speedrunning technique. Wasting no time, he sprints towards a nearby wall to begin his legendary glitch. With newfound confidence, he knows he can now execute the move perfectly. The timer ticks past 24 minutes and 32 seconds as he begins his ascent. Danya peeks through one eye, watching the unbelievable scene unfold before her. She gasps in shock, realizing he is running horizontally up the wall itself. He internally narrates that the Ivy's bug polygons allow him to run on it. The hardest part is landing on a tiny, pixel-sized spot on falling debris. He must match the timing and angle with absolute, frame-perfect precision. His ultimate goal is to strike the Demon King's exposed and vulnerable head core. He crouches on the wall, poised like a predator waiting for the perfect moment. His face is a mask of intense concentration as the timer ticks ever onward. The Demon King lets out one final curse against the loathsome goddess. He pushes off the wall with explosive force, launching himself into the air. He soars across the ruined throne room toward the massive final boss. His foot connects perfectly with the debris, flawlessly executing the Shichiku step. He flies through the air, stick raised high, descending upon the Demon King. He plunges the wooden stick deep into the monster's head as the timer freezes. The Demon King convulses, its voice rasping that this is utterly unforgivable. With its last breath, it curses the otherworldly hero as it disintegrates into nothing. Danya stares in wide-eyed silence amidst the falling dust and debris. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated shock and profound awe. She turns to the victorious hero, addressing him with newfound respect. She tells him that he has admirably fulfilled the mission given to him. With a gentle smile, she begins to reveal her true identity to him. He recognizes this dialogue. The ending movie is finally about to start. He recalls that Danya is actually Queen Ida, who will now seal the evil. He begins his mental post-run thoughts, pleased with his new personal best time. He muses on how the new Danya Tan tech could make him even faster. Suddenly, Danya cries out in panic that she cannot transform back to her old form. Shichiku's confident reverie is shattered by her desperate, impossible words. He stares, wondering why the Saintess's divine power isn't working as it should. He realizes with dawning horror that if she can't transform, the ending won't start. Danya falls to her knees in despair. Even with the Demon King dead, it's not over. He stands frozen, unable to process that after beating the boss, the game is not ended. The terrible truth crashes down. He is stuck in this world and cannot return home. The triumphant timer ticks over by 1 second, mocking his hollow, bugged victory. A new chapter begins. The RTA runner is trapped in the game world. In the capital city of Falshala, Danya waits anxiously outside a tailor shop. The friendly, bald tailor greets her with a cheerful and warm welcome. He assumes the new clothes are for her, but she quietly says they are not. Shichiku emerges, now wearing pants, startling Danya into a loud scream. Later, they find a quiet tavern to discuss their bizarre situation over a meal. A delicious-looking plate of food sits before them as Danya expresses her frustration. She scolds him for his flashy and bizarre behavior in the capital city. He insists he was only acting normally, but she flatly calls him a liar. A waitress brings them their food as they continue their quiet argument. He turns to the window, casting a spell to ensure no one can overhear them. He explains that the game not ending bug was a complete and utter surprise. His wall-phasing entrance, however, was necessary due to a known bug. He clarifies that post-clear data can sometimes make doors impassable. Danya retorts that his solution is a huge and very surprising problem. While eating, she calls his glitch methods nothing more than real tomfoolery. Shichiku looks on seriously, listening to her process the strange information. He reflects on having already explained the truth of their world to her. Danya admits that what he told her is frankly very hard to believe, but she cannot deny the impossible feats she has witnessed with her own eyes. His glitches seem like magic, but use no power and are clearly different. She concludes his abilities must be an outer power from beyond her world. She astutely suggests his glitches may be why she cannot transform back. He admits that ending movie bugs are known to happen after glitch-heavy runs. However, in thousands of speedruns, he has never seen this specific bug. The Idaheim bug is completely outside his realm of experience. He confidently, and perhaps defensively, declares that he is not the cause. Danya gives him a deadpan stare, completely unconvinced by his flimsy claims. She points out that the solution must also be outside his expectations. Her impeccable logic makes him pause. He admits that he has one idea. His eyes gleam with newfound hope as he reveals the answer, the true ending. He explains that defeating only the Demon King results in the normal ending. Danya asks if that was the ending that went completely crazy because of bugs. To see the true ending, he must defeat all 4 of the Demon King's Elite Four. He explains that this ending reinitializes all variables, which should clear any glitches. Danya struggles to comprehend the complex programming terms he is using. He summarizes, the true ending will erase the bugs, allowing her to transform. He pauses for a moment, a serious question forming in his mind. He asks if he can truly return to his own world if she becomes Ida again. She confirms she can use the crossing time magic that summoned him. As long as he has a connection to his world, he can definitely return. His hands are clasped tightly on the table, a mixture of hope and anxiety. Danya looks at him with a somber expression, feeling a deep sense of guilt. She tells him it was wrong of them to drag him into their affairs. She believes she should be the one apologizing for his terrible predicament. With a deep sense of responsibility, She offers him a heartfelt apology. He surprises her by refusing it, confessing he truly loves the world of Anverse. Shichiku explained his need to return home for work and speedrunning with friends. He clasped his hands, admitting he was unsure if this was dream or reality. But he confessed with a sincere smile that being here made him truly happy. Danya listened to his heartfelt words, her expression soft and thoughtful. She looked at him, about to speak, as the tender moment continued. Suddenly, Shichiku's demeanor shifted, his face twisting with a strange anxiety. Danya stared back, completely baffled by his sudden and bizarre transformation. He explained his constant speedrunning made him deeply uncomfortable just sitting still. He started vibrating, confessing that he felt the phantom pressure of a running timer. Danya's expression shifted from confusion to utter, horrified disgust. Her shout of "pervert" echoed over the city rooftops, scattering the birds. Danya announced their next destination, the Adventurers Guild, a hub for information. Shichiku looked on, noting that her signature verbal tick had returned. As they walked, a sinister, swirling vortex in the sky caught his attention. Danya warned him to keep his victory over the Demon King a secret. She explained the vortex was the root of evil, the source of all monsters. Without her true form as Queen Ida, she was powerless to seal it. So even with the Demon King gone, the world was still in grave danger. It was crucial not to let the populace lower their guard prematurely. Shichiku was impressed by her foresight, acknowledging her as the true saintess. Danya watched him, her gaze sharp and her voice low. Shichiku's attention was suddenly caught by something down the street. He asked to stop at the item shop, and Danya hesitantly agreed. But instead of using the door, he ran straight for the wall. He phased through the stone, earning a furious scream from Danya. They walked through the bustling, hyper-realistic streets of the capital city. Shichiku marveled at the game's scenery, rendered in stunning detail. The reality of his situation, being inside the game, truly hit him. However, a new and unsettling thought began to form in his mind. He realized with a jolt that Danya was far too intelligent for an NPC. Her flexible reasoning and speech patterns exceeded the game's known specifications. His entire plan was based on the assumption this world shared the game's code. A cold sweat broke on his brow as he questioned the nature of this reality. His thoughts were shattered by the sudden, loud blast of a horn. Danya's eyes went wide with shock as she looked towards the sound. A guard on a griffin swooped low, sounding the alarm across the city. The guard's face was a mask of terror as he shouted a warning. Citizens fled in panic as the warning of a corrupted wyvern spread. The creature had breached the capital's defenses, causing widespread panic. Danya stood firm amidst the chaos, preparing herself for battle. Her expression hardened into one of fierce, determined resolve. The massive wyvern descended from the sky, its wings blotting out the sun. Furious, she began to gather her magic, ready to strike the beast down. But before she could act, the wyvern exploded in a blinding flash of light. She was left utterly bewildered, her own attack fizzling out. She turned to see Shichiku standing calmly amidst the dissipating smoke. He held a simple slingshot, having just fired a projectile at the beast. His weapon was a normal slingshot, loaded with ordinary firecrackers. He smiled, glad that the item he had just purchased proved so useful. Danya was stunned by the easy victory, unable to comprehend what happened. He explained it was a fixed event he knew from playing the game. Danya struggled to repeat the foreign gaming terms, completely confused. He recalled his days as a completionist, learning every secret the game held. Danya could only stare, her mind unable to process his gamer logic. He launched into a detailed explanation of the wyvern's fixed spawn and attack patterns. He then excitedly demonstrated the animation-canceling glitch vibrating within human speed. Danya scolded him for using glitches, but he apologized, explaining his reasoning. She conceded his point, but was still flustered by his bizarre methods. His strange display had drawn the attention of the surrounding townsfolk. The crowd was terrified and disgusted by his inhuman, vibrating motions. They questioned his origins, with some calling for the guild to intervene. The tailor from the item shop recognized him as the man who'd glitched inside. The tailor's confusing story only added to the crowd's suspicion. Shichiku realized he was being mobbed, a mop held threateningly nearby. An angry man stepped forward, accusing him of being a demon spy. Danya quickly jumped to his defense, trying to calm the angry mob. But the accusers were convinced his strange, vibrating proved he was inhuman. Danya internally blamed Shichiku's blatant use of glitches for their predicament. As tensions rose, a new voice called for the crowd to stop. A hooded old woman declared that he was undoubtedly the summoned hero. She reminded the crowd of the official proclamation about the hero's arrival. She pointed to the spot where the wyvern had been as proof. The old woman turned and asked him directly if he was the hero. Flustered, Shichiku confirmed her guess and offered to shake her hand. His awkward response only fueled the crowd's suspicion that he was a demon. The old woman vehemently insisted that he was not a demon. Shichiku watched, stunned, as the old woman defended him. Her eyes were filled with a pained certainty as she spoke. She recounted the horrific tragedy that had destroyed her life and village. This trauma had awakened a unique skill to sense demonic presence. She declared that Shichiku possessed none of the cruel aura of a demon. She turned to him, taking his hand in her own worn ones. She told him that for her whole life, she had been waiting for him. Tears streamed down her scarred face as she begged for a world without monsters. Shichiku stared, deeply moved and shaken by her desperate plea. He held her hands, Danya watching with a somber expression. Later, as they walked away, the weight of the encounter hung in the air. A nearby group of citizens shouted at another person, still shaken by Shichiku's display. Shichiku realized the old woman's plea was part of the game scenario. Danya confirmed her village was destroyed by the General Arachne 50 years ago. The details were unknown, but the massacre was said to be horrific. Shichika knew her story was part of the established lore of the game, but seeing her pain firsthand was a completely different experience. It was far more heart-wrenching than just reading it on a screen. He looked at the root of evil, a familiar sight now imbued with real tragedy. Danya reminded him that countless others shared her fate, a number that would grow. She fell silent, the weight of her world's suffering on her shoulders. She told him that he had already defeated the Demon King. Yet her own task, sealing the evil, remained unfulfilled. She lamented her own powerlessness, feeling she had failed as the saintess. Shichiku looks on with a serious, thoughtful expression on his face. He tells Danya that she is the one who is still saving him. He clarifies he is talking about the game, where she always follows the hero. He recalls being scared in dark dungeons, but her presence always eased his fear. Even in their current, bizarre situation, he is able to remain calm. It is because he believes that Danya-tan is always right by his side. With a warm smile, he confesses that he is a huge fan of Danya-tan. Danya is utterly flustered by his words, letting out a shocked cry. He explains her immense popularity, ranking first while Queen Ida is only 8th. He concludes that this world must share the same programming as the game. He declares with confidence that she will be able to become Idaheim again. Danya looks on, a small, hopeful smile gracing her lips. They fist bump, and he explains Danya-tan is an otaku conversational habit. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild, Ida's shield, under a starry night. Inside, Jian reviews a report on the wyvern attack, noting 0 human casualties. He is shocked to read there was also 0 material damage from the attack. He accuses his subordinate of slacking, refusing to believe the report is true. An unseen woman muses that the self-proclaimed otherworld hero was involved. The woman's massive leg steps into frame as she asks about the fuss. The imposing guildmaster is revealed as an unrelated event continues in the background. A new chapter begins, showing the capital city of Falshala under its dome. Danya waits outside a tailor shop, looking worried and forlorn. The friendly, bald tailor welcomes her into his shop with a cheerful call. He asks which skirt she wants, but she clarifies it's not for her. Shichiku appears, shirtless and buff, greeting them as Danya shrieks in shock. The scene shifts to a large, timber-framed tavern building in the city. A plate of delicious-looking food is presented as someone sighs in exasperation. In the tavern, Danya scolds Shichiku for being so flashy in the capital. He insists he's acting normally, but she bluntly calls him a liar. A waitress brings their food as Danya looks on, annoyed by his antics. Shichiku casts a spell, ensuring no one around them can hear their conversation. He explains the game not ending bug forced him to reevaluate things. He clarifies that he couldn't enter the tailor shop normally because of a bug. He explains that using glitches can make some doors impossible to pass through. Danya exclaims that this is a huge problem, not something to be ignored. She takes a bite of food, musing that this glitch concept is tomfoolery. Shichiko listens to her with a serious, unreadable expression on his face. He reflects on explaining his world to her, unsure if she truly understands. Danya admits that what he said is frankly very hard to believe. However, she cannot deny the impossible things she has seen with her own eyes. She reasons his glitches are clearly different from magic or spiritual blessings. It is an outer power, something that operates outside her world's logic. She perceptively asks if her inability to transform is because of his glitches. He recalls that glitches can cause bugs in the ending movie, like dialogue errors. But in thousands of speedruns, he has never seen a bug preventing Ida's return. He states that for the glitches he uses, this sort of thing will not happen. He declares with flushed confidence that he is definitely not the cause. Danya gives him a flat, disbelieving look, repeating his for real claim. She points out that if the problem is unexpected, the solution might be too. Struck by her logic, he admits that he does have one idea. He raises a finger, his expression serious, and reveals his plan, the true ending. He explains that just defeating the Demon King only unlocks the normal ending. Danya asks if that ending was the one that went crazy because of bugs. He clarifies that by beating all the Elite Four, they can see the true ending. He explains that programming-wise, the true ending reinitializes all variables. Danya is overwhelmed by the technobabble, struggling to understand. He summarizes that the true ending will erase the bugs, letting her transform. He pauses for a moment, his expression becoming serious and questioning. He asks if he can truly return to his world if she becomes Ida Heim. She confirms that as Ida, she can use the crossing time magic again. As long as he has a connection to his world, he can definitely return. His hands are clasped tightly on the table, showing his inner tension. Danya pauses, her expression becoming solemn and apologetic. She tells him it was wrong of them to drag him into their affairs. She feels she should be apologizing, not rebuking him for wanting to go home. She offers a heartfelt apology, but he gently tells her no. He confesses to a surprised Danya that he truly loves the world of Inverse. But he has work piling up and friends to race for records against. He holds her hand, admitting he doesn't know if this is a dream or reality. With a sincere smile, he tells her that coming here has made him happy. Danya looks at him, her expression a mixture of surprise and something more. She starts to say something as simple, just hanging in the air. Suddenly, his expression darkens. He cannot calm down without speedrunning. Danya is completely bewildered by his sudden, drastic change in mood. He explains that he has always been speedrunning Inverse, making him uncomfortable. Even now, he feels uneasy, as if a timer is still running. Danya's face contorts in horror and disgust at his strange obsession. Her cry of "pervert" echoes across the rooftops of the capital city. Now on the street, Danya states they're going to the Adventurers Guild for info. Shichiku looks up, his attention caught by something in the sky. He sees a dark, swirling vortex hanging in the sky over the city walls. Danya warns him not to tell anyone about his great deeds just yet. She explains that the vortex is the root of evil, the source of all monsters. Without her Ida form, she cannot seal the root, even with the Demon King gone. She states that even if the Demon King is dead, the monster threat remains. Until true peace is secured, they cannot let the people grow complacent. Shichiku is impressed, acknowledging her foresight as befitting the saintess of salvation. Danya looks on, her expression grim and determined. Shichiku has a sudden thought, an of realization. He asks if they could stop by the item shop, and she agrees. He immediately starts phasing through the wall of the shop. Danya screams at him to stop as he greets the shopkeeper from inside the wall. They walk through the bustling, realistic streets of the capital city, Falshala. Shichiku marvels at the ultra-high-resolution scenery of the world of Anverse. He is filled with the wonder of truly being inside the game he loves. Danya turns to him, a new, troubling thought on her mind. He worries internally that Danya-tan is too smart, understanding his meta-talk. Her speech patterns are too flexible, beyond the specs for a normal NPC. His entire plan assumes this world operates on the exact same programming. A bead of sweat forms as he questions if this world is truly the game. A sudden, piercing sound startles Shichiku and Danya in the city streets. Danya's eyes snap wide with shock and immediate recognition. She identifies the urgent blare of the guard's hunting horn. A city guard screams in absolute terror that a monster has appeared. Another citizen shouts a warning of a magically corrupted wyvern approaching. People flee in terror as the beast breaks through the capital's barrier. Danya stands firm amidst the chaos, preparing herself for battle. Her face contorts with fury and a fierce, protective determination. A massive wyvern soars ominously above the city's rooftops. Danya snarls, outraged at the creature's audacity in attacking the capital. Before she can act, a massive explosion engulfs the wyvern in midair. She stares, utterly baffled, as her prepared attack fizzles out uselessly. She turns to find Shichiku standing calmly in the dissipating smoke. He casually lowers a simple wooden slingshot, the attack already over. He holds a slingshot in one hand and a pair of firecrackers in the other. He explains with a smile that the slingshot he just bought proved useful. Danya is dumbfounded as he declares it was an easy win. A quest clear notification appears as he explains it was a fixed event. She struggles to comprehend his strange, otherworldly gamer terms. He fondly recalls his completionist days before he ever tried speedrunning. She can only stare blankly, his bizarre logic completely lost on her. He explains the wyvern's fixed position makes it an easy, instant kill. He excitedly demonstrates the technique, his body vibrating with inhuman speed. He apologizes, saying he just wanted to end the threat quickly. Danya exasperatedly admits he has a point, despite his weirdness. The surrounding townsfolk emerge, staring at them with fear and suspicion. They whisper that his vibrating movements are gross and not human. One man suggests calling the Adventurers Guild to deal with him. The tailor points an accusatory finger, recognizing him from earlier. He recounts the baffling story of the man who phased through his wall. Shichiku sweats, realizing his strange behavior is catching up to him. A large man holding a mop declares that he must be a demon spy. Danya leaps forward, insisting they are wrong and must calm down. The man retorts that humans simply do not vibrate like that. Danya realizes his flagrant use of glitches has made them look suspicious. A hooded, elderly woman steps forward, telling the crowd to stop. She declares with certainty that this young man is the Otherworld hero. She recalls the official proclamation of the hero's summoning. His power, she observes, is clearly a strength beyond human understanding. She turns to Shichiku, asking him directly if he is that hero. Another citizen warns the old lady away from the potential scammer. The man insists he's a demon pretending to be a hero to fool them. The old woman silences him, insisting he is definitely not a demon. Shichiku looks on, completely confused by the rapidly escalating situation. She says with absolute certainty that she knows a demon when she sees one. A painful memory surfaces of her village destroyed and her sister killed. The trauma of that event awakened a skill to distinguish demons from humans. She senses none of the cruel, demonic aura from the young man. She takes his hand gently, addressing him as the dear hero. With trembling hands, she says that she has always been waiting for him. Tears stream down her scarred face as she begs for a world without monsters. Her raw, desperate plea strikes Shichiku, leaving him utterly speechless. He stands silently as she holds his hands, Danya watching them. Later, a quiet calm settles over the capital's rooftops. As they walk away, Danya scolds him for vibrating like that again. Shichiku reflects that the old woman's wish matched the game's scenario. Danya explains her village was destroyed 50 years ago by Arachne. It was a horrific massacre, though the true casualties are unknown. He confirms that the old woman's tragic story is part of the game's lore. However, seeing her raw grief in person was a different experience entirely. It was far more heart-wrenching than simply watching it on a screen. He felt this way even though he had played through this scene many times. Danya warns that countless others on the continent share her sad fate. She falls silent, her shoulders slumped with the weight of that reality. She notes that even though he has defeated the Demon King, her own task to seal the evil remains unfulfilled. She laments her powerlessness, feeling useless as the saintess of salvation. Shichiko looks at her with a serious, thoughtful expression. He tells her that, in his own way, he is still being saved by her. In the game, he explains Danya-tan is always by the hero's side. Her constant presence helped ease his fear in dark, scary dungeons. Even now, in this strange new world, her being there helps him stay calm. He is able to remain composed because she is always by his side. He then confesses with a bright smile that he's a huge fan of hers. The sudden, heartfelt confession makes Danya's face erupt in a massive blush. He explains she's #1 in the polls, while her true form is 8th. He concludes this world's programming must be the same as the game's. He declares confidently that she will definitely become Ida again. They will save this world by achieving the game's true ending. They share a determined fist bump, their mission clear once more. That night, they arrive at the Adventurers Guild, Ida's shield. Inside, Jian is reviewing a report about the Wyvern attack. He's in disbelief that there were 0 casualties or damages. A colleague grabs him, accusing him of slacking on his investigation. Jian suspects the self-proclaimed otherworld hero was somehow involved. A towering figure approaches, asking what all the fuss is about. It is the guildmaster, watching as an unrelated event unfolds. Shichiku peeks into a room, offering a casual hello. Danya scolds him for his strange way of greeting people. He explains he's trying to show he isn't a suspicious person. Danya deadpans that he's expecting too much from a single hello. A repeat panel shows Shichiku peeking into the room again. A repeat panel shows Danya's exasperated reaction to his greeting. A repeat panel shows his earnest, but flawed, reasoning. A repeat panel shows Danya's completely unimpressed, deadpan response. The chapter title appears. Speedrunner cannot return from the game world. Inside the guild, Jian confronts them, angry about being ignored. He leans in menacingly, telling the newbie to prepare himself. Jian is baffled to see Shichiku looking utterly dejected. Shichiku offers a deep, pained bow, apologizing for his earlier actions. Shichiku explains to a confused Jian that his earlier actions were a spinal reflex. He recalls how seeing Jian's face triggers traumatic memories of failing the Jian skip. Jian stares back, repeating the hero's words about past mistakes. Realizing his slip-up, Shichiku panics and asks Jian to please forget what he heard. Jian is shocked, thinking his own face reminds the hero of some deep regret. He theorizes that Shichiku saw someone important, maybe a brother, assaulted by monsters. His imagination runs wild, concluding the hero blames himself for a past failure. With a tear in his eye, Jin apologizes and tells Shichiku to call him Big Bro. Danya senses a profound misunderstanding but wisely decides to keep her mouth shut. She turns to Jin, asking if she can speak with the guildmaster. Jin informs them the guildmaster is currently at the royal castle for a meeting. Shichiku muses about the otherworld hero, not realizing they are talking about him. Jin decides it's the perfect time for Shichiku to register with the guild. With a wide, cheerful smile, he once again welcomes Shichiku to Ida's shield. At the counter, the receptionist Mir One introduces herself and the capital's guild. She explains that Ida's shield is the central administrator for all guilds. Mir One presents him with his official hexagonal guild registration badge. She details the ranking system, where adventurers start at F and aim for S rank. Mir One adds that he is exempt from the exam thanks to Danya's recommendation. Jin cheerfully informs him that he's lucky, as their exam is very difficult. Shichiku smiles, knowing all of this already as a dedicated N-verse otaku. Jin continues boasting about the good life and high quest rewards at the guild. He reveals the best perk. Queen Ida herself comes to encourage them once a year. Jin gets lost in a blushing, fanboy fantasy about getting closer to the queen. Danya, who is secretly Ida, looks on with a deeply unamused expression. She explains that it's an appropriate reward since the guild acts as the city watch. Mir One glares daggers at the daydreaming Jin from behind the registration desk. She violently yanks him away, scolding him for interrupting the registration process. Jin protests that her tendency towards violence is her own fault. Shichiku is thrilled, feeling like he's watching a realistic NPC interaction. He recalls from fanbooks how every NPC in Anverse has an elaborate backstory. Overwhelmed with joy, he sighs that the world of Anverse is simply too much fun. Mir One, her composure regained, instructs him to place his hand on a crystal device. The crystal glows, projecting a series of information panels into the air. Mir One squints at the glowing text, confirming his registered name. She repeats his name, Shichiku-san, with a slightly confused tone. Mir One and Jin find his name rare and exotic, unaware it means wage slave. Myron's eyes go wide as the device displays his most shocking stat, level 1. Danya stares in utter disbelief, asking if he hasn't leveled up even once. The receptionist can only look on in stunned silence, her glasses askew. She dismisses Jin and tells Shichiku they'll discuss leveling up another time. Danya stops him, needing to confirm the horrifying implication of his level. Her voice trembling, she asks if he defeated the Demon King at only level 1. Shichiku turns to her, his expression calm and unreadable. A slight, smug grin spreads across his face as he confirms it's the speedrun route. Danya explodes in frustration, screaming that it's always about his speedrunning. He calms her, casting soundproofing magic so he can explain everything. He prepares to lecture her on another verse, any percent speedrun's miraculous revolution. Danya looks completely baffled, repeating the phrase speedrunning revolution. Shichiku explains that while it looks like a solo competition, speedrunning is a team sport. He says rivals compete, but they also cooperatively share new discoveries and glitches. He notes that the popular game has over 500 dedicated runners worldwide. Danya is horrified by the mental image of 500 shirtless men running with sticks. The main problem, he explains, is beating the high HP Demon King as fast as possible. Early runs took 8 hours, then 4 hours after discovering the Obsidian Greatsword. Glitches brought the time down, but the 2-hour wall seemed impossible to break. Then, a game-changing discovery was made, a wooden stick with 1024 attack power. This glitch, found 3 years after release, rendered all old strategies obsolete. With this broken weapon, the community pushed the record down to his time of 25 minutes. Danya points out that not leveling must make the game incredibly difficult. She smiles weakly, admitting that she doesn't understand any of it. Mir One calls out his name, signaling the end of their private lecture. The receptionist smiles, thanking him for his patience during the interruption. Her expression turns serious as she announces his guild registration is. A tall, imposing figure in ornate armor enters the guild hall from behind. It is the guild master of Ida's shield, the powerfully built Kira Lechefilka. Jian and Mirwan gasp in surprise at the guildmaster's sudden appearance. Shichiku is overcome with a fan's excitement, blushing as he sees her in person. He recognizes Kira, the strongest female warrior, whom he never sees in speedruns. He notes her infamously revealing design is more perplexing than sexy up close. Danya catches him staring, and he frantically insists he wasn't having bad thoughts. With a sly look, she asks him to confirm that he knows her relationship with Kira. He replies that of course, he knows Kira is Idaheim's best friend. Jian and Mirwan whisper that the master seems to be in a bad mood again. Kira's face is a mask of cold fury as she glares across the room. She addresses Danya by name, her voice sharp and commanding. Her gaze falls on Shichiku as she demands to know who the man is. He calmly introduces himself as Shichiku, a new member of the guild. Jian and Mirwan realize with a shock that this must be the infamous hero. Kira's eyes are hidden in shadow as she processes this new information. Her face contorts with rage as she identifies him as the coward from another world. Danya is shocked by her friend's open hostility towards the hero. Kira's appraisal skill confirms he is level 1, and she dismisses him as trash. She explains that she heard the whole story back at the royal castle. The summoned hero lost his nerve, abandoned his mission, and fled from the castle. Shichiku grimly understands how his actions were interpreted as Danya protests. Kira silences Danya, telling her not to cover for the coward. She draws her massive, ornate sword with a sharp, metallic ring. She furiously asks how he dares make fun of her people and her queen, Ida. Shichiku remains silent, his expression calm and unreadable in the face of her rage. A heavy greatsword lands at his feet with a loud, echoing clang. Kira stands in a battle-ready pose, challenging him to a duel. She declares that her guild has no need for level 1 weaklings or for cowards. Mirwan and Jian panic, absolutely certain that Shichiku is about to be killed. Kira tells them to relax, assuring them she will also use a wooden sword. She promises that while his bones may break, he definitely won't die. Jian tries to defend Shichiku's supposed trauma, but Kira screams for silence. With a mocking smile, she offers him an alternative to the greatsword. She says he can use his shoddy little stick if he doesn't want a real weapon. Danya looks on in wide-eyed horror at the terrifying suggestion. With a confident grin, the hero hoisted the wooden stick, declaring he got it. He stated a true man wouldn't back down, as Danya begged him to wait. A wave of pure terror washed over Danya as she stared at the stick. It was the strange rod, the weapon that had slaughtered the Demon King. She dreaded what would happen if he used its power on a human. Running after him, she hesitantly called out, trying to stop the inevitable. She reminded him that Kira was her most important and dearest best friend. He looked back, assuring her that he already knew of their close bond. He turned with a chilling smile, promising to finish the duel in an instant. His words sent Danya into a state of absolute, wide-eyed horror. Utterly defeated, she collapsed onto the stone path as he walked on. Kira stood on the training ground, her expression grim and ready for battle. From the sidelines, Danya let out a desperate scream of Kira's name. The duel was to take place on the training ground behind the Adventurers Guild. The two combatants faced each other, ready for the fourth chapter to begin. Their friends watched in a panic, Danya wailing for Kira to be safe. Kira taunted him, assuming he would run away with his tail between his legs. She asked pointedly if he planned on fleeing from this fight as well. He coolly retorted that he couldn't, as he didn't have a tail. His impudence earned a smirk from Kira, who credited him for his courage. Gripping her wooden sword, she announced she would get a bit more serious. A powerful aura erupted as she activated her given skill, Valkyrie, Sweet Etude. Jian and Mirwan panicked, shouting that her armor was turning white. Danya explained that given skills were unique blessings from the goddess. Kiira's skill, she noted, was a simple but potent magical enhancement. Danya knew that Kiira's sword skills were already superhuman, but she recalled the hero's feats, believing he had transcended humanity. She was certain Kiira couldn't win, no matter how many lives she had. She pleaded with Kiira to stop, but her cries went unheard. Kiira simply noted how deeply attached Danya seemed to be to the hero. With a fierce cry of "Engard," the guildmaster lunged forward to attack. Shichiku's eyes narrowed, his expression focused as he met her charge. He closed the distance in an instant, his speed utterly shocking Kiira. The gap between them had vanished in a single, impossible moment. Gritting her teeth, Kiira resolved to push her own speed even further. A slight, knowing smile touched the corner of Shichiku's lips. With a sickening whack, Kiira's sword struck him squarely in the head. The impact was immense, smashing him with the force of an explosion. His friends screamed his name as Kiira stood over him, stunned by the outcome. They rushed towards his crumpled form, now embedded in the far wall. He was bruised and bleeding, thankful his new clothes gave him some defense. Jian and Mirwan ran for potions, leaving Danya to watch over him. Danya began casting recovery magic as he weakly offered his thanks. She asked what he was doing, and he replied it was a good time save. Her face was a mask of pure confusion. His words made no sense. He calmly explained that this was simply a forced loss event. A diagram illustrated it was a fight the game's plot required him to lose. He detailed the speedrun strategy, bait a strong attack for a quick KO. He noted this real Kiira was much harsher than her in-game version. Now fully healed by the magic, he marveled at its amazing power. Danya admitted she feared he would hit Kiira with the strange rod. He was shocked, exclaiming he could never hurt her important best friend. He thought he made it clear when he said he knew of their friendship. Danya exploded in a fury of embarrassment, screaming she couldn't have known. She furiously scratched his face, calling him a damn pervert. Mirwan watched in bewilderment as the hero was chased by the cat girl. Jian returned with potions, only for Danya to say they were not needed. Kiira called out to Shichiku, whose face was now covered in red marks. She approached him, demanding to know why he had lost on purpose. The question left everyone else speechless and utterly confused. She knew he had seen her attack and deliberately jumped right into it. Only a warrior her equal, or even her superior, could perform such a feat. She looked him in the eye, her voice sharp as she asked him why. Shichiku panicked, realizing this was dialogue not present in the game. He stood before the imposing warrior, trying to find the right words. He stated simply that he had no reason to defeat her. Looking directly at her, he declared that she was not his enemy. Instead, they were friends who would defeat the Demon King together. Kiira turned away, muttering under her breath about what a nasty man he was. She addressed him as Mr. Otherworld Hero, getting his attention. With a formal bow, she apologized for her earlier rudeness. He smiled warmly, saying it was all good if they could become friends. Kiira agreed, promising to do her best to work with him from now on. She invited him and Danya to her room, dismissing her subordinates. Inside her chambers, she stopped him, saying she had something for him. She presented a sword, reminding him of the world's hopes resting on him. But she clenched her fist, speaking of her own pride as a warrior. She declared with absolute resolve that she would defeat the Demon King. Her world shattered when he told her the Demon King was already defeated. She refused to believe it, but he calmly confirmed he was the one who did it. She pleaded with Danya, insisting it must be some kind of sick joke. Danya could only confirm that they had, in fact, summoned a hero. Shichiku smugly recounted felling the Demon King just 25 minutes after arriving. Kiira was aghast as he called a competition to kill the boss quickly. She called him crazy, and he looked to Danya for some backup. Danya simply advised her friend to abandon all common sense, as she had. Kiira's mind reeled, her face a mess of utter disbelief and confusion. She sighed, admitting that her best friend would never lie about this. Danya realized this explained the strange incidents from the previous day. Kiira recalled a strange roar from Arachne's castle right after the summoning. They both knew the castle was close enough for a speedrunner to reach. Kiira added that Arachne's spider familiars have been seen in groups. She concluded that the spiders must have been searching for something. She described Arachne as the cruelest of the Elite Four, a sadistic puppeteer. The most disgusting thing, she continued, was how she awakened given skills. Shichiku recalled the concept of the goddess's blessing from the game's lore. Kiira explained skills could be awakened through training or extreme situations. The fickle goddess bestowed powers ranging from legendary to completely ordinary. Shichiku privately compared this system to the crazy RNG of a gacha game. Kiira revealed Arachne's method, torturing beautiful girls to awaken their skills. Shichiku's mind raced, realizing the old woman must be the one who could distinguish demons. Danya confirmed his suspicion. She was a victim of Arachne from 50 years ago. The hero's face hardened as he processed the grim, personal weight of the world's lore. His hand clenched into a tight fist, utterly disgusted by the cruelty he was witnessing. He thought about how the world of Inverse was a brutal, demon-ruled land. Kiira worried about what the now unleashed Arachne might do without the Demon King's control. She warned Shichiku that they had to act quickly to prevent a catastrophe. The word fast triggered something within him, a muscle in his cheek twitching. Kiira explained that Arachne's nearby stronghold and impulsive nature posed an immediate threat. She voiced her fear that an attack could come as soon as the next day. Her urgent warning about not postponing the fight caused Shichiku to twitch uncontrollably. As Kiira planned her military strategy, Shichiku suddenly shouted his own insane proposal. He shot to his feet, his entire body vibrating with a manic, anxious energy. He insisted they must go defeat Arachne immediately before she could attack them. Kiira, confused by his trembling, asked Danya what was wrong with their hero. Danya sighed, explaining he was shivering simply because he wanted a speed run. He launched into a jargon-filled rant about his world record times for the true ending. He simplified his plan. They could defeat Arachne in just 15 minutes. Kiira was left speechless, her mind unable to comprehend his impossible claim. Shichiku calmed himself, stating they needed to prepare, prioritizing safety over time. He turned to the stunned guild master, telling her he needed her support for this mission. Kiira hesitated, finding his incomprehensible plan impossible for her to accept. Danya looked her friend in the eye and, with quiet conviction, told her to trust him. The simple plea from her best friend seemed to break through Kiira's wall of doubt. With a frustrated groan, she scratched the back of her head, annoyed by the situation. She puffed out her cheeks, reluctantly agreeing to his plan as his friend. She declared that a knight of her word would not go back on a promise. Wasting no time, Shichiku bolted for the door to prepare the local shops. The scene transitions. Far in the distance, the ominous silhouette of Arachne Castle looms over the landscape. Inside, Arachne herself scoffs at the spies who dare to snoop around her domain. She giggled, musing that the humans of this world no longer knew their place. A captured spy hangs limply, tortured and dismissed as a defective product. Arachne's thoughts turned to a different prize. Her shadowy form declared its desire to possess the otherworldly hero. She vowed with a sinister smile to make the hero her personal puppet. The scene cuts back to Shichiku running through town, his companions chasing after him. The story breaks the fourth wall, advertising bonus materials from the game's guidebooks. Shichiku cheekily mentions there is bonus manga hidden under the book's dust cover. His expression suddenly shifts to one of nervous embarrassment as he remembers the content. He falls silent, looking down at the book with a bead of sweat on his brow. He weakly suggests they don't need to read it, but Danya is immediately suspicious. A bonus panel shows Shichiku nursing scratches on his face from Danya's earlier outburst. He blushes, considering the wounds a reward from his favorite cat girl. Enraged by his perversion, Danya screams for potions to erase the marks immediately. The story again advertises the bonus pages from the official and fan-made guidebooks. Shichiku once more mentions the bonus manga hidden under the book's dust cover. He again looks embarrassed, remembering what secrets the bonus content holds. He falls silent, nervously looking down at the book in his hands. He suggests they skip it, but Danya's suspicious glare insists they read it. A page from the official guide introduces the world and story of another verse. The guide showcases the character creation options for the male and female protagonists. A field guide entry details the history and layout of the capital city, Falshla. Flavor text describes basic items, dismissing them as weak or mere toys. A character introduction page details Danya's role as the hero's reliable companion. Shichiku's fan commentary gushes over Danya, calling her the refreshing air of the game. A character introduction page describes the passionate and powerful knight, Kira. Shichiku's fan commentary analyzes Kira's skills and defends her revealing armor design. An afterword from the manga's author explains his inspirations and thanks the readers. In a forest at night, Kira examines beautiful but brittle scale-like crystals. She concludes that while they might be valuable, they are useless in a fight. Her mind remains focused on practical matters of combat and survival. A hand reaches out towards Danya. As the party walks through the woods, a rustle comes from the nearby bushes. A monstrous, two-headed Orthrus leaps out, letting out a ferocious roar. Shichiku steps forward, striking the beast with a single swing of his wooden stick. The impact shatters the creature's form, its body dissolving into particles of light. The remains of the monster hit the ground with a heavy, final thud. Shichiku nonchalantly complains about the high random encounter rate at night. Kira is left stunned, muttering that his one-hit kill was superb. Danya trembles, her heart pounding at the sight of his terrifying outer power. As Shichiku begins to walk away, Kira calls out and stops him. She orders him to take the magic stone from the defeated Orthrus. She explains that purifying these stones is the common sense way to level up. Danya points out that he never bothered to collect stones from his other victories. Kira, a level 40 warrior, warns him that fighting Arachne at level 1 is reckless. She sternly informs him that his current course of action is too dangerous. Shichiku finally realizes his speedrunning habits don't apply to their current situation. He concedes the point, figuring it's fine since he isn't in a speedrun. He walks towards the monster's remains to retrieve the valuable magic stone. The dark, corrupted stone pulses on the ground with a malevolent energy. It writhes and pulses violently as it lies amongst the grass and dirt. Shichiku reaches down and picks up the pulsating, corrupted magic stone. The stone contorts and squishes in his hand, its form unstable and unnatural. It suddenly erupts in a brilliant flash of purifying white light. The intense light shines brightly, catching Shichiku in its powerful glow. The light shoots upwards from the ground in a brilliant, cleansing column. A single, purified magic stone now floats in the air, cleansed of all miasma. The purified stone hangs in the air, radiating a calm, pure energy. Kira and Danya see nothing unusual about the now purified magic stone. Shichiku turns to his companions, holding the cleansed stone in his hand. He explains with a deadpan expression that the cutscene for this is too long. His companions can only stare back at him, utterly bewildered by his comment. He explains that the 32-second unskippable cutscene is an unacceptable time loss. Danya asks why he didn't get the Wyvern Stone. He admits it's just a habit. Kira looks on, silently trying to process his bizarre, alien logic. Danya is exasperated by his reasoning, but Kira finds the situation amusing. Danya stares blankly, her mind completely overloaded by his strange priorities. Kiira observes with a small smile that Danya's voice has become quite lively. Kiira fondly recalls their childhood, remarking how things feel just the same. Danya, looking away, insists it is merely Kiira's imagination. Turning away, Danya declares it is time to prepare for Arachne's subjugation. Kiira silently watches her friend go, her expression thoughtful and serious. Under a starry sky, the Grand Adventurers Guild building stands tall. Mirwan joyfully congratulates Shichiku on successfully acquiring the magic stones. Jian marvels at the powerful stone, realizing it's from no weak monster. Mirwan presents a purifier, explaining it will help Shichiku escape level 1. The magic stones are placed inside, followed by a bubbling crystallization solvent. As the machine whirs, Jian explains the stones contain dangerous miasma. He explains that the wyvern became a monster from consuming too much miasma. A component of the purifier whirs, processing the corrupted magic stones. By removing the miasma, it becomes safe for humans to level up. With a flash of light, Shichiku successfully levels up from 1 to 4. Shichiku admits that while watching the machine is exciting, he complains to Danya that the cutscene is just too long. Kiira announces she will now check his given skill, his goddess's blessing. She is unsure about his low level, relying on his skill. Kiira recalls the legends of the hero's powerful, divinely blessed skill. She notes they couldn't check earlier because he seriously ran away. However, she can use her upper-class appraisal skill right now. Jian and Mirwan realize with excitement they will see the hero's skills. Shichiku feels the weight of their high expectations, which he knows are misplaced. He recalls the original game, where the newly summoned hero has no skills. The castle sages are disappointed, even rebuking Ida for the failure. He knows that in action RPGs, one starts weak and awakens skills later. From a status perspective, he is just a weak level 4 nobody. He feels it would be harsh to disappoint the NPCs he's befriended. Kiira is shocked by the appraisal, wondering if it's an otherworld language. Shichiku is completely bewildered by her discovery. He insists it's impossible, but Kiira confirms she sees unknown letters. Kiira moves to a table, intending to transcribe the strange symbols. As she scribbles, she notes the letters are quite complicated. She admits to Shichiku that she cannot quite get them right. Shichiku recognizes the symbols with horror. It is pure garbage text. He explains to Danya that he can't read the letters from his world. He panics, suspecting a new bug caused by his glitched victory. Danya looks on with concern, seeing no other choice. Kiira announces her decision. She will subjugate Arachne alone tomorrow. Jian and Danya are shocked by her sudden, dangerous declaration. She confirms she's acting on her own without the old sage's permission. Her subordinates protest, reminding her that Arachne is one of the Elite Four. Kiira states that danger approaches the capital, and she can drive Arachne off. Danya looks on, her face a mask of worry for her friend. Kiira states they have no winning elements. The hero is only level 4. She tells Shichiku she has no idea what he is doing. With a cold, final gaze, she says she cannot trust him. Shichiku apologizes for his lack of a proper explanation, but he insists he has a strategy to easily defeat Arachne together. Kiira listens intently, her expression still filled with doubt. His friends worry, trying to explain the true threat Arachne poses. Shichiku explains that they will need a very special strategy. He winks, declaring they will make up for low levels with money. Jian is confused by the word money until a realization dawns. He remembers the mercenary quests, where they could hire S-rank parties. Danya notes they're single or can only afford a weak B-rank party. Kiira tells him he should have stated his plan sooner. She worries that using guild funds will alert the old sages. Shichiku pauses, a bead of sweat on his temple. He then says that if money is the issue, he could do something. With a sly grin, he announces he is about to do something bad. He asks everyone to please keep what he is about to do a secret. Mirwan is excited by the prospect of his otherworld power. Danya, however, feels a sense of overwhelming dread. Shichiku stretches, wondering if he can still perform the technique. He explains that they need the shining scale or a simple slingshot. First, he puts away the single or they took out. He then begins to rapidly equip and unequip the slingshot. His companions are utterly shocked by his bizarre, vibrating display. He suddenly stops, giving a shaky thumbs up to his audience. He calmly states that he performed the glitch correctly. He explains he equipped a ghost slingshot, confusing his friends further. He explains that while in this glitched state, if they take out the ore from their inventory, an impossible cascade of shining scale ores spills onto the table. His four companions stare in absolute, jaw-dropping horror. Shichiku proudly announces they now have 999 ores to max out their money. The room descends into chaos as his friends completely lose their composure. He insists it's a safe duplication bug that won't affect the system. Kiira stares at the mountain of jewels, struggling to comprehend. She sees they are all eerily identical and undeniably real. Danya worries about the economy, but Shichiku suggests a different perspective. Kiira finally understands. This impossible power is from the other world. His confident words from before echo in her mind. She looks at him now with a new, profound understanding. An angry Danya bites his head as he promises to defeat Arachne. His face contorts in a strange expression of shock. A new chapter begins as Shichiku offers 999 ores for exchange. At the Merchants Guild, the staff is in a state of utter panic. The guild head repeatedly appraises the ores, convinced it is a fraud. But her monocle, which is never wrong, confirms they are all real. Shichiku, vibrating with impatience, asks them to please hurry. She orders her staff to bring all 999,000 sun in gold coins. Shichiku watches as the staff scrambles to gather the massive payment. He feels the strange time loss of a real-life transaction. Finally, massive sacks containing 999,000 sun in gold are presented. Shichiku thanks them, swoops up the bags, and dashes away. Danya chases after him, yelling not to be left behind. The guild head is left completely bewildered by the whirlwind transaction. Now rich, Shichiku sprints through the city, his new speed run underway. Shichiku, now equipped with a peddler's bag, explains they can carry everything. Kiira wonders if he can only explain things while running. Danya agrees. Kiira grits her teeth, determined to keep up with their frantic pace. A messenger bird swoops in, carrying a letter from the receptionist, Mirwan. Kiira catches the letter, surprised by the timing of its arrival. She wonders if this, too, is part of his elaborate speedrunning plan. Waving the letter, she shouts that she has good news for Shichiku. She informs him that a strong S-rank party is at the North Plaza. The scene shifts to the bustling North Plaza, filled with curious onlookers. The legendary S-rank party, Silver Dragon Fong, makes their grand appearance. The crowd buzzes with excitement, recognizing the famous adventurers and the Silver Wolf. The party's arch-sorcerer, Eliha, introduces herself as a brilliant prodigy. She then offers to sell autographs to the crowd for 100 sun. A handshake costs 10,000 sun, while petting the Silver Wolf Little is 1,000. The townsfolk find them more like a popular dancer group than adventurers. The crowd looks on with a mixture of amusement and confusion. The party's leader, Mashimu, sternly reminds Eliha they are not entertainers. He then turns to the crowd, asking for the Otherworld hero's location. He explains he heard the Saintess had successfully summoned a hero 2 days ago. The party's goal is to recruit the new hero for their own ranks. Mashimu rallies the crowd, declaring the day to defeat the Demon King is near. Onlookers realize the famous vibrating guy is getting S-rank backup. A young man offers to guide Mashimu to the Adventurers Guild. Suddenly, one of the party members behind Mashimu lunges forward. The imposter violently knocks the guide to the ground as the crowd screams. The young guide looks on in utter shock and terror. The attacker's body contorts, revealing itself to be a shadowy monster. The real Elaha and Ludol shout that their cover has been blown. The real Ludol glares at the shadowy imposter mimicking his form. With blinding speed, Ludol prepares to strike the fake. He lands a devastating punch, sending the monster flying across the plaza. The real Elaha looks disgusted, declaring she would never say such foolish things. The monster crashes into a wall with a thunderous boom. The real silver dragon Fong surveys the aftermath with a weary sigh. Mashima laments that these fakes are damaging their hard-earned reputation. Elaha kneels to help the young man who is knocked down. She kindly offers her hand, assuring him this handshake is free. She thanks him for helping them identify the imposters. Mashimu turns to the hooded old woman, thanking her for her help. He is surprised that a grandmother can see through a monster's disguise. He praises her for not making a scene and causing a panic. He explains that shouting monsters would have endangered the non-combatants. The best course of action, he notes, is to call for help discreetly. The old woman trembles, apologizing for her reaction. She confesses that she still fears monsters whenever she sees them. Mashimu realizes her knowledge must come from a tragic past. He tells Elaha to give her some relaxant incense to calm her. Kira steps in, reassuring the old woman that they will defeat the Demon King. Elaha and Ludol, however, express their doubts about the newly summoned hero. Mashima scoffs, stating a novice won't even get a chance to act. Meanwhile, Shichiku's party is already sprinting down Liandao Main Street. Kira questions if they are really running all the way to Arachne's castle. Shichiku announces it's faster to do continuous cartwheels and begins to roll. He explains that cartwheeling correctly can double their running speed. This technique requires constant, rapid button mashing on a controller. He recalls how many runners, including himself, got tendinitis from it. He concludes that, as a health hazard, the move is banned in speedruns. His companions are baffled by a world that plays games so seriously. Kira stares at Shichiku's back, her mind racing. The more she learns about this man, the less she understands. She finds him to be an ever-deepening mystery. Her thoughts drift back in time to a painful memory. 11 years ago, in the royal castle, a young girl was being restrained. An 8-year-old Kira screamed for them not to take away Princess Ida. She insisted that they were friends, and that's all that mattered. A young Princess Ida looked on, her expression filled with concern. An attendant's hand covered Ida's mouth, silencing her. The stern chief priest, Melina, told Kira to stop her unsightly behavior. She declared that Ida was the saintess of salvation, the world's savior. As such, the princess had no time for children's games. Kira angrily retorted that she wouldn't be angry over normal training, but she knew that what they were doing was far from normal. With furious eyes, she accused them of always bullying Ida. She had seen the truth, even though they tried to hide it. She revealed that she saw them whipping the young princess. Melina coldly replied that it was to train Ida's spirit. For the great summoning, Ida had a chant for 10 days and nights. The princess had already collapsed after only the second day. Melina stressed that the summoning, which happens once a century, could not fail. Against the Demon King, the otherworld hero was their only hope. She reminded Kira of her place as a duke's daughter. She asked if Kira would prefer the world fall into darkness. Kira spat back, questioning this so-called light of hope. She accused them of bullying Ida just to summon a hero. They were relying on a stranger to defeat the Demon King for them. "Isn't this our world?" she screamed, calling them all idiots. She demanded to know why the soldiers didn't fight themselves. She shamed them for relying on a mere child to save them. Melina dismissed her as a brat who knew nothing. She challenged the young girl to do it herself if she felt so strongly. But then she sneered, reminding Kira she had no special skills like Ida. She mocked the young lady, saying all she could do was yelp and bark. With a loud clang, Kira snatched a sword from a nearby guard. She wobbled under the heavy weapon's weight, but stood her ground. She declared her pride as a member of the noble house of Lechefilka. She vowed to become a swordsman stronger than anyone, even the hero. Swearing on her family name, she promised to be the one to defeat the Demon King. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed for them to stop bullying her friend. Young Ida could only watch, her eyes wide with shock. Kiera's flashback reveals she abandoned everything to devote herself to the sword. Kiera recalls the moment at age 18 when she defeated the Dragon Knight's commander. This victory earned her the legendary Lechefilka armor, a fact that now fills her with embarrassment. She reflects that though Ida became a great saintess, she was powerless to stop her grueling training. Watching Danya, Kiera knows that even with the Demon King gone, Ida's struggle is not over. Having finally attained great power, she now understands the ignorance of her childhood vow. She resolves that Ida should not have to rely solely on the hero. As her friends run ahead, she wishes she could be the one to carry Ida's heavy burden. Her solemn thoughts are broken as she is snapped back to the present reality. She watches as Shichiku smoothly runs right past a critical intersection. "Hey, Shichiku!" she yells, sprinting after him. "We went past the North Plaza." She demands to know why he isn't going to hire the S-rank party. Shichiku stares forward, his focus entirely on the path ahead. He turns his head slightly and states plainly that he will not. Kiera's face contorts into a mask of pure, comedic shock at his blunt refusal. He offers a weak apology, claiming he couldn't say no in front of Jian Senpai. Danya realizes with dawning horror that he never actually promised to hire them at all. The legendary S-rank party, Silver Dragon Farm, will not be making an appearance. Then what was the money for? Kiera screams, as the timer hits 6 minutes and 35 seconds. The story shifts, a title card announcing a flashback to a dark event 50 years ago. The scene opens on the once peaceful Tadenka village, on the outskirts of the capital. A young girl, Lauren, is called Wani-chan by her younger sister. Her sister, No-ran, excitedly declares her fever is gone and begs to come along. A villager greets the two sisters, Lauren and No-ran, as they head out for the day. Lauren explains to the man that they're going to the mountains to pick strawberries. He warns them with a worried look that monsters have been seen roaming the area recently. He adds that their local lord has warned everyone to be careful outside the village. The man tells the two of them to be especially careful on their trip. He smiles, calling them the village's prettiest sisters. No-ran laughs it off, but the man insists that everyone in the village thinks so. A young farmer asks if they will share the strawberry jam they plan to make. Another man advises the energetic No-ran not to overdo it. An elderly woman kindly reminds the girls to be sure to come home before dark. No-ran waves a cheerful goodbye, and the sisters set off on their way. While picking berries, No-ran calls out to her older sister, Lauren. She asks if Lauren is interested in the legends of the Otherworld hero. No-ran explains that she's been reading the hero's old adventure logs. She dreams of the beautiful, magical places the hero has visited on his journeys. She wonders aloud how she might be able to go on a journey with the hero herself. Lauren begins to gently dissuade her, but No-ran defiantly cuts her off. No-ran clenches her fists, excitedly declaring that she will get a given skill. She explains to a curious Lauren that it is a special power given by the goddess. No-ran is certain that with a blessing, adventures will be easy for her. Lauren gently teases her, saying by the time the next hero arrives, they'll be old ladies. Suddenly, Lauren stops, her expression turning to one of concern. No-ran, kneeling with her basket, looks up and asks her sister what is wrong. Lauren's eyes are wide with alarm as she asks, "What's this smell?" The sisters stand on a cliff, Lauren stating that it's not a prescribed burn. They look down in horror as their village is engulfed in flames, swarmed by giant spiders. The monstrous creatures crawl over the burning rooftops, destroying everything in their path. The two sisters can only stare, their faces frozen in abject terror. No-ran stammers that they need to find their lord, as a monstrous eye appears behind them. A single-eyed spider familiar lunges towards them, and Lauren lets out a piercing scream. The creature rasps that it has finally found some new victims. It identifies the terrified girls as pretty faces to be offered as tributes to Arachne. The scene dissolves into a blur of static, signifying a traumatic, violent memory. A battered Lauren is thrown to the ground, dismissed by her captors for having a trash skill. A multi-eyed spider looms over her, deciding that defective products must be branded. No Ran, trapped in a web, screams for her sister as the dungeon echoes with chaos. A spider's leg skitters towards No Ran as a voice declares, "Next is your turn." The monster wonders aloud if it will pull a good skill from this one. The dungeon is filled with the agonized screams of other captured children being tortured. Lauren, her face horribly burned, watches her sister's torment through tear-filled eyes. The reflection of No Ran's suffering is captured in the monster's unblinking, multifaceted eye. In the present, the old woman, Lauren, wakes from her nightmare, screaming her sister's name. She sits up in her simple bed in a small room, panting heavily from the terror. The room is quiet and empty, lit only by the faint light of a single candle. She slowly realizes she is safe, that this is the capital. She tells herself that it is all right, that the monsters are not here. She clutches her scarred face, sobbing as the 50-year-old trauma washes over her again. A ghostly spiderweb appears over her cold fireplace, a symbol of her unending nightmare. Back on the road, Kira's face is a mask of shock and sorrow, having heard the village's history. The timer reads 9 minutes and 31 seconds as the trio enters the Spider's Highway, the ruins of Tadanka. Shichiku explains that this is a shortcut, much closer than the Forest of the Dead. Kira and Danya look upon the desolate ruins with somber expressions. Kira recognizes this as the place where Arachne's reign of terror began 50 years ago. She recalls the royal decree that forbids anyone from entering this cursed domain. She notes how strangely preserved the ruins are, likely due to the lingering miasma. A broken pitchfork lies on the ground, a silent testament to the life that was lost. A man's hat rests in the dust, untouched for half a century. A pair of broken glasses lies nearby, a chilling reminder that people were here. Danya gently calls Kira's name as a single tear escapes her friend's eye. Danya snaps her out of it, pointing ahead and shouting that they must hurry after Shichiku. Shichiku calmly tells the two women to please keep up with him. He states that this is the hardest part of the Arachne subjugation speedrun. Kira is confused, questioning him since Arachne's castle is still far away. Her question is answered as a massive horde of giant spiders swarms them from the ruins. Danya and Kira are terrified by the sudden and overwhelming ambush. They immediately identify the creatures as Arachne's underlings. Kira prepares to unleash her powerful Valkyrie suite to clear a path. Shichiku quickly stops her, telling her to save her skill for the Arachne fight. Kira protests that she'll be overwhelmed, but he coolly replies that a normal fight is an easy win. He declares that since fighting takes time, they will simply cut through without fighting. He instructs them to copy his movements as he prepares to dash through the enemy horde. Danya shouts at a dazed Kira, snapping her back to reality and telling her they must go. Shichiku explains the complex strategy of weaving between the spider's fixed movement patterns. Danya shouts a warning that the spiders are now coming at them from behind. Shichiku calmly announces that it is time and reaches into a large sack. He begins to throw handfuls of gold coins, which strike the spiders with flashes of light. He explains that the coin-throwing technique guarantees an escape from enemies. By sprinkling money behind them, he says the spiders will no longer give chase. Shichiku praises his companion's speedrunning talent, but admits he doesn't know why gold attracts monsters. Danya questions the purpose of the gold, while Kira shouts, annoyed at being praised for running. Kira wonders why Shichiku, with his immense power, would waste money just to flee from battle. She notes his complete lack of sorrow for the tragic state of the ruined village. She recalls his detached comments about defeating his enemies in mere minutes. A horrifying realization dawns on her. To him, this entire struggle is just a game. The scene shifts back one day to the vast, empty throne room of the Demon King. A bell rings as a voice summons the beloved, wicked children of the demon realm. The summons calls for the spider, the duke, and the quagmire to assemble. The voice reveals they stand before the corpse of their father, the Demon King Apocalypse. The Demon King's daughter, Morphomet, demands a sacrifice, the irritating otherworld hero's head. A close-up shows Morphomet's determined, vengeful eye, a dark tear track marking her cheek. A quick cut shows Shichiku's team mining ores one day ago, oblivious to the demonic council. The chapter's title appears over the Demon King's round table where the Elite Four gather. Morphomet, identified as one of the Elite Four, sits at the head of the table. A door creaks open, and the Queen of Spiders, Arachne, makes her grand entrance. Arachne arrives through the Gate of Purgatory, a magic portal linking their bases. Another general, Raspi, is already seated, mockingly calling Arachne slow as she approaches. Raspi, the hungering quagmire, teases her, asking if insects have trash memories. The final general, Brahms, the blood-soaked duke, calls Raspis greeting mischievous and ill-mannered. Raspi dismisses Brahms as an annoying old man and turns his scorn back to Arachne. Arachne, her face dark with fury, asks the shitty brat to repeat himself. Raspi laughs maniacally, mocking her wrinkles and asking if her puppet is past its expiration date. Brahms simply sighs, my, at the childish squabbling between his fellow generals. Arachne, trembling with rage, screams at the low-class demon to shut up. Raspi looks up, startled, as a dark aura begins to ooze from his body. Morphomet, from her throne, commands them to be silent, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. She addresses the now-quiet generals, certain they know why she has summoned them. She announces the terrible news. Their great father, the Demon King Apocalypse, is gone. She repeats that their dark son has been lost, her voice trailing off in sorrow. Her regal composure begins to crack as she stammers, overcome with emotion. She erupts into a childish wail, screaming that her papa died. Brahms reflects on the cruelty of it, that the Demon King who never lost is gone. Morphomet sobs, remembering how her kind papa would let her listen to human death throes. She demands to know why her generals aren't crying, questioning if they have hearts. Her face contorts in rage as she screams at them to cry. Under duress, Raspi bursts into a performance of loud, fake sobs, while Arachne stares blankly. Her tantrum over, Morphomet explains that yesterday, the humans summoned a hero from another world. She finishes with a furious shout, declaring that this same hero killed her father. Her generals are stunned, unable to believe the hero defeated the Demon King in one day. The absurdity of the claim causes Raspi to burst into uncontrollable, mocking laughter. He declares that it's impossible, that it's way too fast to be true. Morphomet glares at him, her hair flying as she prepares to strike. She grabs Raspi by the face, her hand tightening around his head. As her grip grinds, she asks if he is mocking her. She calls him a rich upstart slime, her eyes burning with rage. She admits that it's true, that it's impossible for her papa to be killed so fast. She confesses that even she doubted what her own eyes had seen. She tells her generals that they too should witness their father's demise. With a wave of her hand, she commands them to feast their eyes. She stands before the eye of the dead, a mirror that shows a person's final moments. The great mirror stands before the round table, ready to reveal the truth. Raspi, Arachne, and Brahms watch with varying expressions of curiosity and disbelief. The mirror shines, revealing the shirtless hero, Shichiku, appearing in the throne room. Arachne is shocked by the sudden, bizarre appearance of the hero. Raspi is utterly bewildered, asking why the otherworldly hero is naked. As Danya floats down, Raspi is distracted, calling her a cute kitty he wants to keep. The hero lands a devastating blow, shattering the ground around the Demon King. He effortlessly dodges all of the Demon King's retaliatory strikes. With another mighty whack of his stick, he strikes the Demon King again. Brahms and Raspy are stunned. The Demon King died in just 3 hits. The hero holds up his weapon, and they realize it's not the Holy Sword. He is hitting the Demon King with a simple wooden stick, a strong one. The generals conclude that this is just cheating. Wooden sticks aren't supposed to be so strong. The vision ends with the Demon King's body crumbling into dust. Arachne and Brahms are left speechless, a single tear of disbelief on Brahms' face. Arachne's expression shifts to one of sinister, excited calculation. Morphomet states that is everything that transpired in the throne room. She repeats that her father was slain by the hero within just a few minutes. Furthermore, he was killed in such a childish, humiliating way. Her rage explodes as she vows to torment, ridicule, and murder the hero horribly. She turns her attention to the silent Arachne, calling her name. She notes that Arachne seems to have something on her mind. She demands any information Arachne has on the hero, but the Spider Queen remains silent. Arachne's eyes are cold and calculating as she processes the new information. Internally, she seethes at Morphomet, the girl who dares to command her. She resents that Morphomet can order her around just for being the Demon King's daughter. But a wicked grin spreads across her face. She realizes that now, things can change. She feigns ignorance, telling Morphomet she knows nothing at all. Morphomet stares at her with a cold, suspicious eye, but lets her go. Arachne returns to her dark, imposing castle, her mind racing with a new plan. She walks briskly down a long hallway, her steps echoing with purpose. She whispers her new desire. She will definitely get the otherworldly hero's power. With that power, she can even kill that haughty, nepotistic girl, Morphomet. She will also kill that impertinent slime and the irritating Brahms. Her plan is simple. She will turn the otherworldly hero into her puppet. She fantasizes about his legendary skill, the godlike strength that killed the Demon King. She knows she has the skill to make that possible. She possesses the legendary skill, Karna Kavacha, her ultimate defense. It is an absolutely invincible shield, protecting her from any wound. No matter how strong his wooden stick is a physical attack and won't work on her. If his attacks don't work, she can ridicule the helpless human all she wants. Karna Kavacha may be the strongest shield, but it cannot be a spear to defeat a Demon King. However, it is the only ability that can nullify the hero's strongest spear. When she gains the hero's power, she will finally rule the world. In this world, she muses, might makes right, no matter what logic one uses. For too long, she has been the loser, just following the Demon King's orders. But now, she will become the new Demon King, a powerhouse with no one to command her. She trembles with excitement, declaring that this will be fun. As she walks, she wonders what her underlings are doing, ordering them to be faster. In her shadowy castle, Arachne ascends the stairs, demanding her minions bring the otherworld hero to her. Her hollow eyes widen in pure shock as an unexpected rumble shakes her entire fortress. The ground trembles as Shichiku, Danya, and Kiira suddenly appear at the base of her staircase. The sound of their arrival echoes through the grand hall, a low and ominous rumble. Shichika looks up at the demon general with a calm, almost bored smile and offers a simple hello. In the demon realm, Morphomet recalls her disgust, seeing the hero as nothing more than walking garbage. The 9th chapter begins, with the heroes facing the puppet master in her own throne room. Arachne's initial shock gives way to a cold, appraising stare as she sizes up her visitors. Utterly unfazed by the legendary evil before him, Shichiku calmly greets her a second time. Kira, hand on her sword, grimly identifies their foe as one of the Demon King's Elite Four. With a voice full of dread, Kira names the Spider Queen standing before them, Arachne. Their path to this confrontation had been through a desolate and monster-infested landscape. Kiira's expression hardens with resolve as she vows that they will bring Arachne down right here. As they rush the final corridor, Shichiku explains that Arachne will summon an endless horde of spiders. He tells Kiira that he will be defenseless and that she must handle the smaller spider mobs. Kiira agrees to take on a defensive role, but still questions if they truly have a chance at victory. Danya asks if Arachne is weaker than the Demon King, to which Shichiku bluntly replies that she is not. He bases this conclusion on the patterns of the monsters they have encountered on their journey. Due to his no-damage victory, he explains the world's difficulty has likely scaled from easy to very hard. His final assessment is chilling. The current Arachne is stronger than the Demon King he defeated. He frantically reassures his panicked friends that the speedrun route is designed for this exact scenario. He clarifies that they cannot win in one shot, so clearing the mobs is an essential first step. This, he declares with confidence, is precisely the reason he brought the powerful warrior Kiira along. The battle begins, and Arachne lets out a soft chuckle from her perch atop the grand staircase. She mockingly tells the hero she didn't expect him to come to her so willingly. She vows that this time, the otherworld hero will not be allowed to run away from her. She glances at his companions, noting with amusement that he has brought her new toys to play with. Danya and Kiira stare back, their expressions grim as Arachne deems their presence a considerate gift. The demon general thanks him for his consideration in bringing more future puppets. With a terrifyingly wide grin, she declares her intention to turn every single one of them into her puppets. A blast of pure, malicious energy erupts from her, striking Kiira with a powerful shockwave. Danya cries out Kiira's name as the mighty warrior collapses, sinking to her knees on the stone floor. Kiira's body is seized by uncontrollable tremors, her limbs refusing to obey her commands. She gasps for breath, her mind reeling as she realizes with a shock that she is still alive. Clutching her chest, she understands that she has not suffered a single physical wound. It was not an attack that felled her, she realizes, but the sheer, overwhelming force of Arachne's bloodlust. Her face is a mask of pure terror as she finds her body is completely frozen, paralyzed by fear. Danya calls out to the night, but Kiira is lost in her own mind, unable to respond. Shichiku calmly analyzes the situation, noting that a low-probability stun attack has landed, ruining his luck. Arachne scoffs at the fallen knight, dismissing the kingdom's strongest warrior as a mere showpiece. Shichiku immediately pivots, tossing a mana recovery salve to a startled Danya. It is time for backup strats. He tells Danya to handle the trash mobs until Kiira recovers. He confidently states that his calculations show the potion will give her just enough mana for the job. Danya's fear is replaced by determination. She catches the potion and says she's got it. Arachne watches her minions advance, calling their desperate struggle completely pointless. The charging spiders are sent flying as Danya unleashes a powerful blast of magic. She casts her signature Nikomata Fire, a powerful area of effect spell perfect for crowd control. Her face is a mask of feline fury as she prepares to incinerate the approaching horde. With a defiant scream, she tells the spiders to eat her flames as they are consumed by fire. Danya pants, using all her strength to hold the line, while Kiira remains frozen in the background. Kiira is lost in despair. Ida's enemy is right before her, and she is utterly powerless. The monster that has haunted her friend's life stands there, and she could do nothing but tremble. A memory surfaces of her younger self, screaming at guards, asking why they held swords if not to fight. Now, she finally understands their terror. The presence of the Elite Four is impossibly scary. She remembers the moment she thought she could finally be of real help to her dearest friend, Ida. Her title of strongest swordsman feels like a hollow lie as her sword lies useless on the floor. Tears of shame stream down her face. Everything she has worked for feels utterly meaningless. Shichiku's voice cuts through her despair, telling her to keep her eyes fixed on him. He declares with unwavering confidence that this is the finale to the Arachne subjugation speedrun. Kiira can only stare blankly, numbly questioning what a speedrun's finale could possibly be. Arachne sneers down at the hero, telling him that it is unfortunately far too late for him. Her body begins to sparkle as she announces that she is already protected by her ultimate skill, Karna Kavacha. Danya gasps, recognizing the name of the legendary, absolutely invincible defensive skill. Arachne's smile widens, showing sharp fangs as she boasts that her skill can nullify every attack. As she continues her monologue, Shichiku simply stares back, completely and utterly unimpressed. She declares that it is his destiny to die here, helpless and unable to do a single thing. Her triumphant speech is cut short as a single gold coin smacks her squarely in the face. As the demon staggers back in shock, Shichiku calmly begins to walk toward her. The point of impact on her cheek cracks and begins to peel away, revealing damage underneath. Danya watches in stunned silence, wondering how an attack could possibly have worked on Arachne. A few gold coins lie glinting on the stone floor, the source of the impossible attack. Shichiku reaches into a large sack, his hand plunging into a mountain of glittering currency. Holding the bag of money, he prepares his next move, much to Danya's utter disbelief. Coin throwing? Arachne, clutching her wounded face, can only stammer in confusion at the hero's bizarre weapon. Before she can finish her thought, another coin strikes her, the relentless assault continuing. Shichiku begins to explain that since no normal attack works, his bugged strange rod is useless here. Danya is horrified, protesting that coin throwing is a skill for escaping, not for attacking. Yes, Shichiku confirms with a cold, analytical expression. It's not an attack. As he continues to pelt the demon, he explains that this loophole is why it bypasses her invincibility. He elaborates that coin throwing is a special action that both damages foes and guarantees an escape. Since a boss cannot run away, he can exploit the damage-dealing aspect of the skill indefinitely. The timer ticks past 13 minutes as the absurd strategy unfolds in the Grand Throne Room. Arachne screams in impotent rage, unable to move or fight back under the continuous barrage of money. She furiously orders her minions to stop the annoying male from his incessant grumbling. The charging spiders are instantly incinerated in a blast of magical fire from Danya. Danya stands guard over Shichiku, her expression fierce as she vows not to let them interfere. Arachne's body begins to crackle with dark energy as she snarls at the fragile, defective humans. Driven mad with rage, she screams that she, the Queen of Spiders, will kill them all. Shichiku's expression remains impassive, his eyes focused as he waits for the perfect moment. With frame-perfect timing, he launches another volley of coins, striking her mid-transformation. The impact sends her tumbling down the stairs, her power-up sequence completely interrupted. He calmly explains that his well-timed attack just canceled her transformation, saving a full minute. Arachne realizes with dawning horror that she no longer has enough health to attempt another transformation. Shichiku simply watches her breakdown, his face a mask of cold, detached indifference. Kiira, still kneeling on the floor, is consumed by a profound, world-altering confusion. All she can see is a man who has done nothing but relentlessly throw coins at his enemy. And before him, a terrifying monster is reduced to a whimpering mess, struggling against the money. She questions her own reality, wondering if this is truly how the hero is meant to fight Arachne. The once feared demon is now a pathetic clown, spitting insults and throwing a tantrum. In that moment, Kiira understands. Shichiku has no fear because he sees only a system to be broken. As Kiira knelt, her mind raced through this world's truths, the fear of Arachne. She saw Shichiku, who had ignored and sped past all their grim realities. She realized he had only one thing on his mind right now. His singular focus was to beat the enemy as fast as possible. Kiira understood that even the terrifying Arachne now looked like a mere clown. Shichiku felt no fear for the monster that had defined their lives. He had always been focused on a goal beyond their comprehension. This man was the otherworld hero, but she quickly corrected her thought. As coins rained down, she understood. This wasn't heroism. This was speedrunning. The sheer absurdity of the situation left her momentarily speechless. A slow, knowing smile spread across her face. This was truly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Danya had been unleashing a barrage of fireballs to hold back the spiders. But her final spell sputtered and died, its magic fizzling into nothingness. She realized with a jolt that she was completely out of mana potions. In the distance, Shichiku continued his assault, needing just a little more time. Danya cursed her limitations, wishing she had the infinite power of her true form. Shichiku noticed her plight from across the courtyard, a flicker of concern on his face. A horde of spiders, sensing her weakness, began to swarm her position. Just as they closed in, Kiira's eyes snapped open, her paralysis broken. Her hand shot to the hilt of her sword with newfound resolve. "Valkyrie's sweet," she cried, her body erupting in a brilliant aura of power. She spun into a devastating attack, a graceful and deadly waltz. Shichiku looked back, surprised by her sudden recovery as she shouted his name. With fierce determination, she told him to leave the remaining enemies to her. He gave a silent nod, turning his full attention back to the final target. The timer read 15:02 as he announced they would end it in 4 more hits. The once terrifying Arachne was now a broken, weeping mess on the floor. Shichiku watched her please with a cold, impassive expression, unmoved. Her pride and sadism had been completely eroded by the bizarre assault. She screamed in frustration, begging him to stop throwing money at her. He stood ready, his hand reaching for the next handful of coins. "I get it," she cried, begging him to let her go now. As another coin struck her, she swore fealty, desperate for the pain to stop. She offered him everything, her puppets, her castle, her servants, her very lands. With tears streaming down her face, she wailed that she didn't want this pathetic death. He listened silently as she begged him to spare her life. Her desperate pleas for life echoed in his mind, stirring a different memory. He recalled the tear-streaked face of the old woman, begging for a world without monsters. He remembered the tragic story of her and her sister, their lives shattered by this demon. His face hardened. He declared that time is more important than life. The final coin flew through the air, striking Arachne squarely between the eyes. She exploded in a shower of dark energy as he declared the timer stopped at 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Her final, humiliated scream echoed through the now silent castle halls. The story pauses as Shichiku and Danya present bonus pages from guidebooks. One page shows an entry for Arachne from the official game guide. Shichiku grimaces, recalling the trauma of fighting her when he first played. He then reveals private excerpts from his world, much to his companion's confusion. A page from the guide details the lore of various rare crafting materials. Another entry introduces Mir One, the guild receptionist, and a secret mecha, otaku. The first of the kingdom's founding myths is laid out for the reader. A field guide entry details the history of Tadanka village before its fall. Shichiku's own fanbook commentary provides a strategy guide for the Spider's Highway. The second, darker founding myth reveals the tragic origin of the first Demon King. An official character introduction describes Arachne, the Queen of Spiders. Shichiku's commentary calls her everyone's trauma, a notorious trap for new players. The author provides an afterword, thanking the readers and explaining some creative choices. The scene returns to the present, as the triumphant trio arrives back at capital Falshla. A quick flashback shows a flash of light in a ruined castle courtyard. From a distance, Arachne's fortress had rumbled ominously in the past. Her spider minions had poured from the crumbling walls, a tide of monstrous horror. Now, in the present, they stand before the Grand Adventurers Guild building. With a soft whoosh, the heroes teleported back into the city streets. A familiar figure spotted them, shouting and running towards the group. It was Jian, the friendly adventurer, greeting Shichiku, Kira, and Danya with enthusiasm. Shichiku looked over, calmly acknowledging his upperclassman from a guild. Jian, slightly out of breath, explained that he had managed to catch up to them. He pressed a braided cord into Shichiku's hand, a jailbreak thread for good luck. Seeing the hero's blank expression, Jian asked why he looked so clueless. With genuine concern, he asked if they weren't about to go fight Arachne. The question hit Shichiku like a physical blow, the absurdity of the situation dawning on him. Kira and Danya realized with dawning horror that it was only 9:30 in the morning. Jian explained the charm would ensure his junior survival, a responsibility he felt keenly. Touched by the gesture, Shichiku softly murmured Jian's name. He decided his well-meaning friend deserved to know the unbelievable truth. The news spread like wildfire. Arachne, the terror of the capital, was already defeated. In the demon realm, Morphemet and Raspy gathered at the Demon King's round table. Raspy howled with laughter at Arachne's absurd death, while Brahms mused on her fate. Morphemet sneered, calling it a fitting end for an insect who didn't know her own weakness. Brahms, however, was lost in thought, contemplating the reality of the hero's power. He knew his companion's mockery was not arrogance, but a privilege of the strong. His eyes narrowed, his mind working to dissect the impossible events. He laid out the facts. The hero had defeated 2 of their strongest in 3 days. His movements were too perfect, suggesting a level of practice that should be impossible. He recalled the Demon King, a being of immense power, felled by a simple stick. The strategist in him questioned the very nature of Arachne's supposed weakness. The logic didn't add up. Mere gold coins shouldn't possess such devastating power. He paused his train of thought, a new, unsettling possibility occurring to him. He decided to stop, realizing it was dangerous to speculate with so little information. Seeing the hero in the mirror, he knew this unprecedented threat had to be dealt with. Brahms sighed, admitting he had no desire to face such a foe himself. Raspy, who had been listening silently, finally looked over at his brooding comrade. Licking his lips, he mused that there was more to the hero than just his weapon. With a wicked grin, he declared that the otherworld hero was truly interesting. The next morning, Shichiku sat up in bed, realizing he'd slept for a long time. Still groggy from his rest, he tried to figure out what time it was. A nearby clock showed that it was already well into the morning. Outside his door, Kira and Danya heard a noise and decided to enter. The door flew open, revealing a shirtless and utterly panicked Shichiku. Kira shrieked in embarrassment, while Danya simply asked why he was naked. In his own room, a shirtless Shichiku frantically asks about his missing smartphone. He rummages through a chest, wailing that his real-world work is in trouble. Danya observes he's half asleep, while a mortified Kira yells at the idiot to get dressed. Later, the 3 of them are seated calmly around a table, the morning's chaos over. Shichiku bows his head, apologizing for his unsightly and panicked behavior. Danya smirks, asking if he's truly awake now, a sentiment the blushing Kira echoes. He confirms he is, his mind finally catching up to his reality in another verse. He recounts his whirlwind victories, his thoughts drifting back to his neglected office job. Turning his attention to Kira, he says he has been wondering about something. He asks her directly why she has chosen to wear this particular outfit today. He internally geeks out, recognizing her Valkyrie's Holiday DLC costume. Kira looks down, remaining silent for a moment before answering. She explains he's fought for 3 days and deserves a day to rest his body. She admits it's her attempt at being considerate, thinking armor would be unsettling. A tiny, flustered Kira asks for his thoughts on her considerate gesture. She worries aloud, asking if her change in attire is weird after all. Shichika looks at her, a simple sound of surprise on his lips. He quickly reassures her that compared to her usual bikini armor, it's not weird at all. With an earnest smile, He declares that the new outfit really suits her. The blunt compliment sends the mighty warrior into a flustered, blushing retreat. Shichiku is left completely confused by her strong, embarrassed reaction. Danya watches the scene with a knowing, amused expression. To change the subject, Kiira suggests they take a walk around town. Shichiku agrees, adding that there is a place he wishes to visit. The trio walks along the capital's cobblestone streets, enjoying the quiet morning. Kiira finds herself stealing glances at Shichiku as they walk. From her point of view, she realizes for the first time that he's quite handsome. The sudden, unexpected thought causes her to blush a deep shade of red. She gasps, shocked and flustered by her own stray observation. She mentally scolds herself to get a grip in the middle of a national crisis. Her thoughts turn to her friend Ida, who is also risking everything. She then recalls how calmly Danya reacted to seeing Shichiku naked that morning. A wild, horrifying possibility suddenly dawns on her. She imagines them already in a relationship, the shock hitting her with full force. Danya notes Kiira's odd behavior, while Shichiku confirms it's not a known bug. Their walk is interrupted by a young boy pointing at them and shouting. He excitedly calls out to the vibrating hero, leaving Shichiku utterly baffled. The boy's mother tries to silence him, but he protests that she called the hero that. A crowd begins to gather, buzzing with rumors of the vibrating man. The bald tailor from before recognizes the otherworld hero with a starstruck blush. Shichiku suddenly finds himself the center of attention, surrounded by curious townsfolk. They heard from Jian he defeated Arachne, and wasn't just a suspicious person. He feels a strange nostalgia, as if he's at a speedrun event meetup. A small child tugs on his shirt, calling him Mr. Hero. The children eagerly ask him to perform the vibrating thing he did for the wyvern. Shichiku thinks to himself that this strange fan interaction was never in the game. He glances over at Danya, who gives him a silent, permissive nod. He obliges, vibrating for the cheering children as Kiira watches in mortified silence. They finally arrive at their destination in the refugee quarter, where he asks to enter a house. The door creaks open, revealing the hooded and scarred face of the old woman, Lauren. She is startled to see the hero standing on her doorstep. Inside, she apologizes for not having chairs, but he insists she sit down. He holds out a cracked, butterfly-shaped ornament for her to see. He explains that it dropped from Arachne, and he thought she might recognize it. Lauren's eyes widen, her breath catching in her throat at the sight of the memento. She is flooded with a memory of her smiling sister, Noran, wearing the ornament. Danya realizes this woman must be related to the girl Arachne had manipulated. Lauren quietly confesses that she is still haunted by dreams of that day. She remembers the horror of watching her sister die, her soul trapped by the demon. A single tear falls onto the ornament as she says it's finally over now. With a voice full of relief, she says she will never have a bad dream again. She looks up, her face radiant with gratitude as she thanks the otherworld hero. Shichiku looks on, a slight blush of embarrassment on his cheeks. Tears of profound, soul-deep relief stream down Lauren's weathered face. They leave the small house, waving goodbye to the woman they have freed. Kiira turns to Shichiku, admitting she has that sort of feeling as well. She confesses her opinion of him has changed. He's not just a speedrunner. Shichiku looks over at her, his expression unreadable as he remains silent. He then explains that what they just did was a subquest called The Butterfly in the Cobweb. His companions look at him, confused by the unfamiliar term subquest. He clarifies it's a lore mission that isn't required for the true ending. Furthermore, he adds, the reward is only one potion, making it not worth doing. But still, he says with conviction, it was her sister's memento. I had to return it. Danya and Kiira stare at him, completely taken aback by his simple kindness. He turns to them, wondering why they have suddenly gone quiet. They both shout at him in a flustered outburst, telling him not to be so sensible. He is once again left completely baffled by their reactions. An establishing shot shows the grand clock tower of the Adventurers Guild, Ida's shield. Inside, the receptionist, Mere One, confronts them, demanding to know Shichiku's plans. When he responds with a simple, she furiously tells him not to at her. She angrily asks why he didn't request the S-rank party, Silver Dragon Fawn. She complains that the legendary party was deeply depressed when they missed him. Shichiku meekly apologizes, explaining that the mercenary tutorial takes too long to sit through. Mere One lets out a small, exasperated laugh at his absurd, gamer-centric excuse. Her anger melts away into tears of relief that they all returned safely. Shichiku is touched by her genuine concern for their well-being. Mere One apologizes to Kiira for bothering her on what was supposed to be her day off. She then presents a letter with a royal seal, a questionnaire from the capital. Kiira's expression becomes serious as she sees the urgent request for a reply. She remarks that this is an unusually fast response from the typically slow sages. She says she will go write the report, bidding them farewell after a fun day. Danya agrees, adding she will help cover up his speedrunning power to avoid trouble. Kiira smiles, telling the two of them to go and enjoy the rest of their day. Shichiku and Danya walk down the cobblestone street, now alone together. Danya notes how strangely quiet it is with no one else around. Shichiku realizes with a start that it's now just the two of them. It is the first time they have been truly alone since Kiira joined them. He looks ahead, a thoughtful and serious expression on his face. He turns to his companion, calling out her name to get her attention. He tells her that he should have brought up this subject with her much earlier. Shichiku recalls the terrifying moment Danya was cornered by giant spiders. He bows deeply, sincerely apologizing for exposing her to such danger. Danya looks at him, her expression thoughtful as she listens. He admits his backup strategy was too risky, almost getting her hurt. His gamer logic told him NPC damage was easily healed by potions. Danya reassures him, saying she was unharmed and his plan worked. She finds it strange, however, that he is so concerned. He calls her world a game, yet he doesn't treat it artificially. She laughs, admitting she was just teasing him a little bit. She explains she went along because she had complete faith in Kiira. And, she adds with a glance, she also had faith in him. She challenges him not to betray her expectations, calling him Shichiku. Shichiku is left completely stunned by her sudden use of his name. Danya giggles, finding it interesting how his name sounds out loud. He blushes, realizing it's the first time she's called him by name. A new, troubling thought begins to form in his mind. His wage slave name sounds sloppy at these crucial, heroic moments. Their quiet moment is shattered by the sudden rush of armored guards. They find themselves completely surrounded on the cobblestone street. Danya steps forward protectively, demanding to know what they are doing. The captain of the guard addresses Shichiku, identifying him as the hero. He commands the hero to come to the castle, stating refusal is impossible. Shichiku is bewildered. This is a story event he doesn't recognize. An ornate carriage curtain is visible, hinting at a royal presence. A calm, authoritative voice tells the guards to please stop their actions. A woman's silhouette gently chides them for their overbearing language. She reminds them that she summoned him, so he is their guest. Queen Ida stands before them in her full, regal attire. Shichiku is utterly confused by the impossible sight before him. Danya stares intently at her regal doppelganger, her expression serious. He stammers in disbelief, seeing two versions of Queen Ida. The regal queen looks on with a calm, knowing expression. A humorous collage shows various well-endowed characters from a series. A splash page introduces the new chapter and Queen Ada re-Falschla. The grand, sprawling capital Falschla castle looms in the distance. They are escorted into the high, circular room of the princess's tower. The regal woman dismisses the guards, saying Danya is all she needs. An ornate platform in the center of the room begins to float. Shichiku's mind races, trying to understand how Ada and Danya coexist. He recalls an obscure joke glitch that could duplicate NPCs. The glitch involved displacing an NPC to meet their alternate form. He notes that Danya has been strangely quiet this whole time. He wonders if he has truly encountered an unknown system bug. Danya turns to the queen, telling her she can stop the act. The queen stands by a sofa as Danya addresses her as Ein. The queen's voice is masculine, asking if the hero knows her secret. Suddenly, the queen's form begins to shift, startling Shichiku. A hand casually tosses aside 2 gel breast pads. The regal dress is pulled away, revealing a masculine chest. A handsome young man now lounges on the sofa, teasing his sister. Shichiku lets out a cry of pure, unadulterated shock. Danya turns to Shichiku, about to explain the situation. She introduces a young man as Ein, her brother and body double. Shichiku stands silently, processing this new, impossible information. He blurts out in confusion, asking who this person is. Danya is surprised he doesn't know, given his vast game knowledge. Shichiku realizes with dawning horror that he doesn't know this NPC. He remembers every single one of the game's 1063 characters, and a character named Ein was never among them. Ein tells his sister that there's no way the hero would know. After all, he is someone who is not supposed to exist. He explains that Ada's grandfather, the previous king, was a lustful man. The king laid his hands on a common prostitute, conceiving a child. And so Ein was born, technically making him Ada's younger uncle. He was welcomed in secret to be her body double as Danya. He giggles, saying he prefers playing a princess to slumming it. Shichiku is startled by the body double's surprisingly nasty tongue. Ein lists the very few people who know of his existence. He notes that the otherworld hero should have known this information. Danya tries to explain that this hero is a bit abnormal. Ein raises a finger, stating this is no time for introductions. He demands to know everything about the Arachne subjugation. Shichiku and Danya listen with serious expressions, the mood shifting. Ein explains that defeating the Demon King isn't the end of it. The subjugation is a major political issue for the kingdom's cabinet. Danya explains that Ein is smart and handles her work as Ada. Ein describes the Wise Sages Congress, the kingdom's ruling parliament. Shichiku recognizes the name as a minor faction from the game. He recalls a fanbook theory about their fear of the Demon King. Danya explains that the Congress is uneasy about Arachne's defeat. Shichiku reflects that only their small group knows the Demon King is dead. Ein reveals the Congress demanded an explanation from Guildmaster Kira. He smirks, knowing the defiant Kira will sidestep the important details. Shichiku realizes Ein has already deduced Kira's plan to hide his power. Ein's hand rests on Shichiku's shoulder, getting to his point. As his sister's stand-in, he wants to know the truth himself. Danya gives Shichiku permission to tell Ein everything, holding nothing back. Shichiku looks at them both and agrees to explain. Ein listens intently, waiting for the full story. Danya warns her brother to brace himself for something crazy. Ein smirks, confident that nothing could possibly surprise him. His face contorts in absolute horror as he learns the Demon King is dead. Shichiku eagerly explains the otherworld competition known as speedrunning. Danya watches, finding Ein's frantic, confused reaction interesting. Ein screams that there's a limit to how abnormal one person can be. He clutches his head, realizing anyone would hide such a ridiculous truth. Danya confirms only they know, as the roots of evil are unsealed. Ein struggles to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. He agrees to handle the Congress and protect Shichiku's activities. But he points at Shichiku, his expression serious, a condition unspoken. In the princess's tower, Ein points an accusatory finger, declaring he has not trusted Shichiku yet. Shichiku stares in confusion, while Ein internally questions the hero's nonsensical power. Ein's expression is grim, comparing this strange power to something he cannot quite name. Lounging on a sofa, Ein announces he has urgent business for Shichiku's speedrunning abilities. He then issues his challenge, to rebuild the ruined Tadanka village on the capital's outskirts. Danya is horrified by the impossible task, but Shichiku seems intrigued by the idea. The ruined village is now unclaimed land, a power vacuum left after Arachne's defeat. Its strategic location near the capital in a dungeon makes it prime real estate for evil. An explains the urgency, as news of Arachne's fall will soon attract new threats. He also needs to relocate refugees from the overcrowded capital, solving two problems at once. With a sly look, I notes that the hero seems quite confident in his speed. He mockingly proposes an impossible deadline of 2 weeks to complete the decade-long project. Both Danya and Shichiku are stunned by the absurdly short time frame. Danya protests, but Ein dismisses her, taunting that they don't know unless they try. Internally, however, Ein knows that rebuilding the village in 2 weeks is impossible. His true goal is to detain the hero in the village for 2 weeks under observation. He expects Shichiku to act as a guard against monsters until the real builders arrive. During that time, Ein plans to ascertain the true identity of the hero's mysterious ability. He clarifies this is a personal challenge, not an official order from the princess. Condescendingly, he tells Shichiku to try his best, promising not to be mad when he fails. He even offers to gently console the hero after his inevitable, embarrassing failure. Shichiku calmly lists the necessary construction tasks, asking if that would be sufficient. Danya worries, wondering if rebuilding an entire village with speedrunning is even possible. The hero explains it's a series of subquests from the 100% speedrun route. He smiles, stating that speedrunning is about more than just defeating the Demon King. He thoughtfully considers the task, noting it's a different challenge than fighting Arachne. After a moment of intense calculation, he gives his nonchalant time estimate. Ein's face contorts with disbelief and rage as he accuses Shichiku of mocking him. Shichiku is completely baffled by Ein's sudden, violent outburst of anger. Ein screams that rebuilding takes decades and is not a simple task like cooking. Shichiku points out the 2-week deadline, but Ein just yells that it's impossible. The prince's regal composure shatters, and he descends into a childish tantrum. Shichiku laments having to deal with a power-harassing boss and just wants to go home. Danya's sharp, commanding voice cuts through the chaos, demanding silence. She stands between them, her expression stern and utterly disappointed in her brother. She scolds Ein for his pointless ranting, especially towards the hero trying to save them. Looking him dead in the eye, she orders him to reflect on his actions. Ein immediately wilts under her authoritative gaze, stammering an apology to his sister. He lowers his head in shame, genuinely sorry for his outburst. Shichiku watches the scene, realizing with certainty that Ein cannot win against his older sister. Danya turns to Shichiku, bowing her head and apologizing for Ein's rudeness. She explains that her brother's harsh words were simply born from his worry for her. She admits Shichiku isn't easy to trust, recalling his bizarre and reality-bending glitches. Turning back to Ein, she vouches for the hero, stating he can do what he claims. She reassures her brother that while Shichiku is weird, he is not a bad person. Her words are meant to put Ein's mind at ease about the hero's character. She then mutters under her breath that he is much more than just a bit weird. Ein, completely subdued by his sister's lecture, quietly agrees to her request. That night, a tall, slender tower stands against the moon and a sea of stars. On a balcony, Ein warns Shichiku that he still hasn't earned his trust. Shichiku invites him to watch the rebuilding, but Ein claims to be busy with a meeting. He concedes that if he has time, he might check on their progress in the afternoon. With a final, casual wave, he tells the hero to try his best. The trio is left alone in the ornate, magically suspended room of the tower. Shichiku's mind reels from the new information. Ein is an NPC who is not in the game. He recalls old fan theories from the Anverse forums about a possible body double. He sees the genuine humanity in their family bond, something beyond mere programming. For an otaku like him, exploring the game's hidden, behind-the-scenes world is pure joy. He concludes that Ein is not someone who doesn't exist, but someone who doesn't appear. A profound silence falls as he contemplates the gravity of this new variable. Speedrun routes are optimized for known elements. An unknown factor can invalidate everything. The biggest threat to any speedrun, he knows, is the unexpected. Danya looks over at him, her expression filled with concern. She notes that it's too late to worry, as her own sentient nature is already an irregularity. Shichiku clasps his hands, praying he can adapt to the unexpected and finish his run. At that same moment, in the desolate ruins of Tadanka village, danger lurks. A pair of grotesque goblins shriek as they charge through the rubble. The great magician Elaha utters a confident, casual incantation. She unleashes a powerful fire spell, Primus Ignis, that engulfs the monsters. The legendary S-Rank party stands victorious over the smoldering remains of their foes. The party is introduced: Little the Silver Wolf, Mashimu the One-Eyed Dragon, and Elaha the Great Magician. Around a campfire, they report that their monster repellent work has been a success. Mashimu then announces that they have just received a letter from Ada-sama. The letter informs them that the Otherworld hero will be arriving tomorrow. Elaha expresses her skepticism, finding his quick victory over Arachne eccentric and unbelievable. Little nods in agreement, wondering what kind of tactics the hero could have used. Their true orders are revealed: assist in rebuilding the village and investigate the hero. Mashimu resolves that they must apologize for underestimating the newly summoned novice. As Elaha speaks, Little suddenly perks up, sniffing the air with suspicion. Elaha notices his strange behavior and asks him what is wrong. The Silver Wolf warrior lets out a low growl, sensing a powerful demon is nearby. Elaha and Mashimu are instantly on high alert, their expressions hardening. Little's eyes flash with power as he activates his Wolf's Reveal skill. His perception pierces through the darkness, revealing a simple, unassuming black slime. The powerful warriors stand ready, facing the seemingly harmless creature. The small, gelatinous monster quivers slightly in the ruins. Mashimu scoffs, unimpressed by the sight of a mere slime. In an instant, the slime strikes with impossible speed, blowing Little's torso apart. Mashimu screams his comrade's name, his face a mask of shock and horror. A single, cold eye watches the brutal, unexpected attack unfold. The slime oozes and shifts, savoring the taste of its victim. It licks a tendril, casually identifying its meal as a silver wolf. It muses that it has eaten a lot of the endangered species in the past. The slime fully transforms, revealing the smirking, childish form of Raspi. Mashimu lunges forward with his greatsword, but Raspi dodges with contemptuous ease. The demon casually notes the attack as it harmlessly passes him by. Mashimu stands in his attack stance, realizing with frustration that he missed the core. He growls that even he cannot remain calm after witnessing his friend's demise. Raspi mockingly tells him not to get mad, just because he ate his pet dog. Consumed by rage, Mashimu snarls at the brat to shut up. Elaha cries out to her wounded leader, Mashimu, who insists he is all right. He calls to Elaha, promising to buy her the trendy lipstick she wants. The warrior makes a desperate plea for 200 years' worth of mana. Elaha realizes their foe is Elite 4 class, a truly priceless threat. She resolves to use an ancient rune she has built up for a millennium. Announcing she hasn't gone wild in 200 years, she offers her left hand. Mashimu and Elaha prepare for a special class in hyperdiscipline for their foe. He declares that the price of this lesson will be the enemy's life. After the battle, Raspi yawns, sitting by the remains of the camp. He pats his full stomach, satisfied after having eaten his fill. He complains that the fight was a waste against a mere dragon-possessed man. The large-scale mana release was lame and lacked any novelty for the demon. He dismisses the defeated Silver Wolf as pathetic and outrageous. Stretching, he declares this world is outdated and boring, full of known things. He muses that the current trend is all about ice sky or otherworld stories. A rustling sound catches his attention as he sits among the ruins. He discovers a discarded scroll, recognizing the royal crest upon it. His eyes light up with manic glee as he reads about the otherworld hero. Slime oozes from his body, preparing to take the hero's forms. He vows to get all of the hero's unknown secrets out of him. He will taste the hero, savoring him down to the very marrow. The disguised Elaha confirms she will taste the hero down to the marrow. The next day, Kira notes that Shichiku and Danya met Ein. Kira calls Ein a crafty kid for contacting her before seeing her report. Shichiku observes that Kira has changed back into her revealing bikini armor. Danya explains that Ein is a contrary person who doesn't open up easily. She adds that the only person Ein truly opens his heart to is Ada. Danya teases Kira, suggesting that she thinks the boy quite likes her. Shichiku feels awkward as the NPCs he knows chat about one he doesn't. He feels a strange sense of alienation from their private conversation. A robotic hand waves as someone calls out to them in the distance. The S-rank party, Silver Dragon Fong, cheerfully welcomes them to Tadanka village. They have set up a simple camp amidst the ruins of the village. Mashimu introduces them as an S-rank party from the Dragonbone Sign Guild. He introduces himself as Mashimu, the sorceress Elaha, and the fighter Little. He presents a scroll, stating they were appointed by Ada-sama to assist. They offer their services for anything, including demon extermination. Kira realizes these must be the observers that I'm sent to watch them. She presents her own credentials as the guild master of Shield of Ada. Mashimu tells her to relax, as he is bad with royal etiquette. Shichiku recognizes the famous S-rank party, Silver Dragon Fong, from the game. He remembers them as powerful mercenaries the player can summon in battle. He is relieved to see familiar NPCs, unlike the unknown Ein. He stands quietly for a moment, processing the strange meeting. Raspy is internally ecstatic to finally meet the otherworld hero. He is thrilled to see the legendary wooden stick is actually real. A diagram explains Raspis' brain gourmand ability to absorb memories. He gloats internally that his disguise has not been suspected at all. He desires the hero's powerful skill, even just the wooden stick. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years meal. He won't eat him immediately. Kira notes that the famous silver dragon Fong seems very reliable. She introduces Shichiku as the hero summoned by Ada-sama a few days ago. The disguised party reacts with feigned surprise and interest. Kira then gestures toward her cat-eared companion to introduce her. Danya strikes a cute pose, introducing herself as Adaheim's favorite kitty. Shichiku is taken aback by her sudden, energetic performance. The disguised Elaha calls Danya a cute and clever kitty for her act. Shichiku realizes these three do not know Danya's true identity as the queen. He internally gushes over how Danya-tan is meant to be this cute. He is blissfully unaware of the true danger he is in. Elaha asks what kind of miracle he used to defeat Arachne. Shichiku's answer of speedrunning leaves her feigning confusion. Kira warns Shichiku, but Elaha declares his answer is very interesting. She exclaims that this must be the legendary hero's magic. She explains her life's journey was to master magic and find the truth. She believes she can get closer to her wish by learning speedrunning. She takes his hands, calling his name to get his full attention. With a charming expression, she asks him to teach her everything about it. Kira watches with a dark, suspicious expression, seeing through the act. Raspy internally smirks, knowing human males are weak to this approach. Shichiku repeats her request, asking if she wants him to teach her. He passionately grasps her hands, his resolve instantly hardening. He eagerly agrees to teach her everything, inviting her to speedrun with him. Kira's face contorts in a mixture of shock and utter exasperation. She yanks him back by the collar, demanding to know what he is thinking. She scolds him for revealing his hand so easily to a stranger. Shichiku protests, telling Kira she has misjudged him completely. He declares it is a hardcore player's duty to treat beginners right. Kira is left utterly baffled by his use of the word hardcore. He begins to explain that Anver's speedrunning routes are not his alone. They are the fruits of wisdom from 500 runners sharing information daily. However, years after the game's release, new discoveries are becoming rare. It has become a game of tracing existing routes with minimal mistakes. He stares intently at Elaha, explaining this is where newcomers are needed. With just experts, thinking gets stuck, but more runners increase discovery chances. He reveals the Arachne wall clip was found by a 2-week-old newcomer. The influx of new players is the golden key to a faster route. He vows to patiently teach anyone, even a scary old man at an event. Kira can only manage a defeated, "I see," as Elaha listens intently. Raspy is thrilled, realizing it will be easy once he eats his brain. Danya bonks him on the head, unleashing her signature Nika Niko punch attack. She tells him to do his soliciting in his own world. He apologizes. Shichiku turns to Kira, trying to reassure her about his plan. He explains that the rebuilding speedrun is unrelated to the true ending. He declares they should begin the rebuilding speedrun right away. Danya quickly stops him, telling him to wait up. She insists there is something important they must do first. The entire party stands silently at a makeshift grave in the ruins. Danya kneels, placing flowers at a grave marker for Tadanka village. She looks on with a solemn expression, paying respect to the dead. In the ruins of Tadanka, the heroes and their new allies close their eyes. Danya offers a solemn prayer for the village's lost souls to find peace. Mashimu compliments her fluency, which she proudly credits to Queen Adaheim. With the memorial over, Shichika kneels, his demeanor shifting to pure efficiency. Kira stares in utter bewilderment at the object he pulls from his bag. Grinning, Shichiku holds up a frying pan, starting the rebuilding speedrun. The entire party is stunned, questioning his choice of a common frying pan. Their new mission begins at the towering entrance to the Falshla dungeon. A guidebook explains that the dungeon's miasma revives monsters after one day. At 15 seconds in, the party dashes through the dungeon's first level. Shichiku explains their goal is to gather materials by defeating specific monsters. Mashimu, unimpressed, thinks this strategy is rather lame for a legendary party. A large, sword-wielding frogman emerges from the shadows to block their path. The creature is identified as a frogman, a common obstacle in the dungeon. Elaha, secretly the demon Raspy, sighs, annoyed at having to feign combat. The S-rank party is surprised as the frogman immediately charges toward them. Shichiku simply dodges and runs past the monster, ignoring it completely. Kira yells at him for his recklessness, but he doesn't slow down. He explains they are ignoring trash mobs to save time for the mini-boss. Elaha finds this bizarre strategy fascinating, her curiosity piqued by the hero. Kira remembers dodging spiders, while Danya admits this is much easier. In just over 2 minutes, they arrive on the 5th underground floor. A massive, armored stone golem appears, wielding a gigantic stone hammer. Shichiku calmly introduces the golem as the main character of their current run. He notes its high health makes it a tough challenge for new players. He then draws his simple wooden stick, the unassuming strange rod. With a single explosive hit, the strange rod shatters the mighty golem. Elaha is starstruck, marveling at the incredible power of the wooden stick. They gather the loot, collecting 12 stones from the defeated golem. A rare adamantine flower has also dropped, a sign of good fortune. Shichiku explains they need 180 stones and 3 other rare drops to proceed. Kira points out that the golem will not revive until the next day. He holds up the frying pan, announcing it is now time to use it. He tells the party to follow him back up to the 4th floor. They arrive at a small recovery area with a hearth and a treasure chest. Shichiku explains this is a classic pre-boss save point common in games. The S-rank adventurers wonder why a cooking station is placed here. With the pan in hand, Shichiku prepares to execute his bizarre plan. He begins vibrating, rapidly equipping the pan to intentionally lag the system. His companions look on in horror at his strange, inhuman vibrating. He stops abruptly, having successfully entered a glitched state. He explains they are now in a superposition state, both equipped and not. He notes that the cooking command in this world is only for food. But in this glitched state, he can now do the impossible, cook gold. He presents a dish of stir-fried gold coins, baffling his entire party. Kira and Danya stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend cooking with money. Elaha wonders if this coin trick is related to Arachne's humiliating defeat. Shichiku holds the glittering, impossible meal he has just created. The result is a bugged item, Objecno.151, which has no image data. Kira and Danya are left completely speechless by this impossible feat. Raspi, disguised as Elaha, is equally shocked by this reality-bending logic. Shichiku explains it is an unused item from the game's development. He then takes a large, crunchy bite out of the glitched object. Kira and Danya scream in panic, telling him to spit out. A sudden jolt of energy passes through him as the item takes effect. He calmly instructs them to follow him back to the golem's room. The party watches in stunned silence as he runs ahead of them. The stone golem has returned, standing exactly where it was before. Shichiku explains that eating the object advances the in-game system's clock. It is the meal that leaps through time, a speedrunner's greatest tool. They can now repeat this process to farm the golem as they please. Elaha admits that she does not understand his explanation in the slightest. Kira realizes he is just talking to himself to review his speedrun route. Raspi notes with amusement that the hero is very good at monologuing. After 18 loops, taking only 16 minutes, they have all the materials. Shichiku asks Danya to use her Matatabi travel to return to the village. Danya nervously pulls out the catnip-like item needed for her teleport skill. A pillar of light erupts from the floor, signaling their departure. They reappear in the ruins of Tadanka. The timer, just under 20 minutes. Shichiku quickly unloads the massive haul of stones into the material yard. He then asks Danya to teleport them again, this time to the capital. Raspi is surprised they are returning to the capital so soon. Mashimu volunteers his party to stay behind and guard the materials. Now alone, Raspi attempts to teleport after them in a streak of slime. He flies through the air at incredible speed, closing in on the capital. He approaches the city's towering walls, expecting to pass through. He slams violently into the capital's invisible holy barrier. A lone guard on the wall hears the strange impact and looks around. He hears a strange splashing sound from just outside the city walls. A tendril of slime suddenly shoots out and engulfs the guard's head. The guard's body falls lifelessly to the ground, having been consumed. Raspi, back in his true form, curses the holy barrier for stopping him. Back in the capital, Kira wonders where their S-rank companions are. Danya urges Kira to hurry, knowing Shichiku will not wait for them. Kira mutters that the other three should have teleported with them. Their next stop is the Carpenter's Guild, home of the legendary gnomes. A crotchety gnome chief glares at them, immediately yelling at their intrusion. Barame tells Shichiku not to be ridiculous. He can't borrow his workers. He boasts that his first-rate gnomes built the very walls of the capital. Shichiku stands patiently, listening to the gnome's lengthy, prideful speech. Barame declares they only take first-rate jobs and tells Shichiku to leave. Shichiku internally notes that at least the gnome's fast-talking saves time. He calmly cuts in, asking how he can be approved as first-rate. The gnome chief begins to list the impossible items he would require. He demands Shichiku bring him a rare adamantine flower as a start. The gnome is impressed, noting the flower is a fine local treasure. He then asks for the even rarer dwarven dice, which Shichiku provides. Next, he requests silver fluorite, and Shichiku places it on the counter. Finally, he asks for a dragon claw opal, which appears before him. Barame is left speechless, wondering how this man knew his every demand. Shichiku's smug grin reveals he has seen through the gnome chief's tough facade. The gnome chief panics, realizing his bluff to command respect has been exposed. With arms crossed, the chief demands that Shichiku prove his worthiness. Flustered, the chief approves, telling him to take his gnomes to the village. With the gnomes hired, Shichiku explains they looped the golem to get the items. He asks Danya to teleport them, who notes his incredible haste. A flash of light envelopes them, instantly transporting them to Tadanka village. They materialize in a flash, their companions startled by the sudden arrival. Kiira's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock at the scene. The wooden frames of houses and a church already stand. Danya is speechless. Kiira and Danya are baffled by how the frames appeared so quickly. Shichiku explains that reloading the map after setting the flag shows the progress. The gnomes will handle construction, while Shichiku prepares the fields with a hoe. He begins tilling the earth with a simple, rhythmic sidestepping motion. This, he explains, is an animation-canceling technique that saves precious time. Kiira is relieved by his normal work, but Danya thinks she's been poisoned by his strangeness. The disguised S-rank party calls out, interrupting their discussion. Mashimo, Raspi, makes a flimsy excuse about fighting goblins nearby. Kiira gives a silent, withering stare, clearly not buying his story. He amends his statement, saying they just took their eyes off them for a bit. In the background, the diligent gnomes hammer away at the wooden structures. Other gnomes lay bricks, remarking on the amazing progress they are making. Shichiku announces he has finished preparing the fields, much to Danya's unease. He says now they only have to wait for the gnomes to finish their work. Danya points to the timer, noting there are only 3 minutes left on his 30-minute estimate. She declares that it's impossible for the gnomes to finish in time. Shichiku asks if she forgot something, holding up a glitched, imageless item. Danya's face twists in horror as she realizes what he intends to do. He calmly states that he made some extra of the time-skipping meal earlier. Danya and Kiira watch, aghast, as he prepares to eat the corrupted data. He begins to rapidly consume the glitched food, forcing the world's clock forward. He explains that loading all the new objects will take a moment. The entire party waits in tense silence for the world to finish loading. With a final BAM, the fully restored Tadanka village appears before them. Shichiku proudly stops the timer on his speed run, his companions utterly stunned. A wide view shows the grand church and new houses of the completed village. Danya and the S-rank party stare in shock as the timer stops. The subquest clear, notification appears over the sparkling new village. He smiles, satisfied with his time, as Kiira gapes in horror behind him. Kiira stands among the new houses, whispering that this is impossible. Danya points out the team of gnomes, now completely exhausted and collapsed. Shichiku begins his poster analysis, pleased with his 28-minute time. He explains to Elaha that their victory was due to good RNG on item drops. Raspi, in his disguise, internally struggles with his overwhelming hunger for the hero. He can't hold back anymore, while Shichiku muses on further time saves. Far away, the royal castle stands just 2 kilometers from the village. On a balcony, Ein watches the distant village through a pair of binoculars. He screams in utter shock, his eyes bulging at the impossible sight. He immediately orders a guard to prepare a carriage to Tadanka village. The guard protests about his meeting, but Ein dismisses it as unimportant. He also orders the guard to summon the old woman from the village. As the guard rushes off, Ein stares out towards the impossible scene. He clenches his fist, muttering in disbelief that the hero actually did it. A peaceful establishing shot shows the fully restored and idyllic Tadanka village. Elaha, Raspi, can't hold back, thanking the hero for the impending meal. Raspi internally debates the best way to cook the hero for maximum flavor. He wonders if the hero's route has already alerted him to his presence. Shichiku feels a strange sensation, as if he is being watched from behind. He spins around suddenly, startling the disguised demon. He looks at Eliha with a slightly concerned expression, calling her name. Flustered, she quickly scrubs her glasses, asking him what he wants. Shichiku asks with genuine concern if she is perhaps very hungry right now. Caught off guard, a drop of drool escapes her lips as she stares, stunned. To celebrate, a lavish feast suddenly appears, prepared by Shichiku. The entire party, friend and disguised foe alike, stares in silent awe. Danya asks if he made it all, and he confirms he used his cooking command. They suspiciously ask if the food is normal. Shichiku is hurt by their distrust. Danya and the gnome chief are jolted with surprise by the sudden meal. The chief immediately begins devouring the food with incredible gusto. He looks up from his plate, blushing, and declares that it is delicious. Danya nervously asks if the gnomes will start vibrating now. Shichiku says no. Raspy, in his true form, is relieved that his cover hasn't been blown. Kira turns to address the S-rank party, who have been watching. She invites them to eat, confirming the food is delicious and safe. Eliha, Raspy, happily accepts, acknowledging Kira as the kingdom's strongest knight. The sound of hooves announces the arrival of a royal carriage. Shichiku and Danya watch as the ornate carriage stops before them. The door creaks open, revealing the stern, regal figure of Queen Ida. They stare in shock, recognizing her true form as Ada Heim. Ada looks at him with awe and disbelief, acknowledging that he really did it. Kira understands the feeling, noting that even Ein is rushing to the scene. A shot shows Ein's face, still a mask of pure astonishment. The camera focuses for a moment on Kira's impressive armor-clad chest. Ein smiles, greeting Kira and playfully commenting on her big titties. The disguised Eliha is shocked that the queen came all this way. Raspy, in his true form, looks on with a calculating, sinister smirk. Ada runs her hand along a new stone wall, confirming it isn't fake. Shichiku explains that the gnome group built everything properly and to code. She mumbles that she had to check, since it was built impossibly fast. Ein is now more worried for his sister. Shichiku is shocked by the distrust. Ein's face is a mask of weary concern for his sister's safety. Ada closes her eyes, admitting that for this feat, she must bow her head. She offers her genuine thanks to the otherworld hero for his incredible work. Shichiku offers a small, simple smile and tells her she is welcome. Ada explains that she didn't come alone and brought someone with her. She gestures to the carriage, telling the occupant to come out. The door opens, and the old woman, Lauren, is helped out by a guard. Shichiku and Danya are surprised to see the old lady from the capital. Lauren stands before the reborn village, her face a canvas of disbelief. She whispers that these are the same stone houses from her long-lost home. The old woman, Lauren, felt as if she were in a dream. She looked upon the hero and the legendary adventurers of Silver Dragon Fawn. But her expression suddenly changed to one of absolute, dawning horror. Her eyes flared with a strange, golden light as her skill activated. Her unique given skill allowed her to see the truth behind their forms. Her power, judgment, revealed the heroes were nothing but monstrous slime. She shrieked a desperate warning, pointing directly at the hero. She screamed for him to look behind himself at the hidden danger. Shichiku turned, completely unaware of the monstrous truth standing behind him. The adventurers dissolved, revealing the smirking demon Raspy, the hungering quagmire. Before Shichiku could react, Kira shoved him aside with a startled grunt. Raspy's attack slammed into the ground with a deafening, explosive boom. A stunned Shichiku could only utter the beginning of Kira's name. Danya screamed out in terror for her friend, Kira-san. Raspy dodged Kira's swift counterattack, her blade slicing through empty air. The demon was surprised by her speed, unsure of what just happened. He found himself face-to-face with the tip of Kira's sword. The blade plunged towards his eye, a direct and deadly strike. Kiira drove her sword forward, aiming to end the fight instantly. But her attack only landed with a harmless pop against his chest. Raspy recoiled, his body rippling as he dodged away from the heroes. "Damn it," he hissed, clutching his chest where his core was struck. The heroes watched, shocked by the sudden appearance of the demon. Shichiku stared in disbelief, wondering how this could be happening. He realized with horror that Raspy of the Elite Four was here. Kiira also recognized the terrifyingly powerful demon standing before them. Danya was frozen in shock, her eyes wide with fear. Queen Ida and her guard were equally stunned by the sudden ambush. Raspy simply grinned, flattered that he was such a famous celebrity. Kiira's mind raced, trying to understand Raspy's goal and Shichiku's inaction. She realized the horrifying truth, accusing him of devouring Silver Dragonfang. Raspy cheerfully admitted he did it because he was just so hungry. He found the feisty female knight annoying, but noted she would taste good. The demon licked his lips, savoring the thought of his next meal. He decided he couldn't enjoy his dinner with such a scary knight around. With a grin, he snatched Shichiku's stick, taking it as a souvenir. Kiira's face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Shichiku was equally shocked, his ultimate weapon now stolen from him. Raspy decided it was time for everyone to go home now. He unleashed a volley of dark projectiles towards the vulnerable onlookers. Shichiku's eyes widened, tracking the multiple deadly attacks. Kiira and Danya moved to intercept the incoming projectiles. One tendril of slime slipped past their defenses, ensnaring Queen Ida. Lauren and Shichiku could only watch in stunned, helpless terror. Raspy pulled the captive Queen Ida towards him, calling out her name. He wondered why the knight protected the cat girl, but dismissed the thought. He turned his attention back to the otherworld hero, his true target. The demon declared he wasn't giving up on his main dish yet. He tore open a swirling black hole, a portal to his domain. He taunted them to come to the swamp of starvation for the princess. With a final laugh, he and his captive vanished into the portal. Kiira screamed in rage, telling him to wait and calling him a bastard. The heroes were left standing in the quiet, newly built village square. Shichiku was completely bewildered, wondering what had just happened. His mind reeled. Raspy appeared, stole his rod, and abducted a non-existent NPC. He realized this scenario had never existed in the game of Inverse. Danya, frantic with worry, pleaded for them to hurry and save him. She insisted that Ain would be killed if they didn't act now. But Shichiku, his confidence shattered, stated that he was against it. Kiira and Danya faced him, waiting for an explanation for his hesitation. Kiira demanded he answer honestly if the assault was unexpected. Shichiku's shocked expression was all the confirmation she needed. She knew the normal him would never lose his cool so completely. This meant the fight was not in his route, and his weapon was gone. Danya sadly concluded they should prepare properly, even if it takes time. Kiira's face was a mask of cold, pragmatic resolve. She stated grimly that a body double is meant for times like these. Danya stared in absolute shock at Kiira's callous words. She let out a frustrated hiss, unable to accept abandoning her brother. Shichiku watched her, his own resolve beginning to harden once more. His expression shifted from shock to focused determination. He admitted Raspy's appearance was unexpected, but it was the demon he knew. Since they must go to the swamp, they were back on a regular route. Kiira was surprised to hear him credit her counterattack. He explained that while the rod was gone, other methods existed to win. Danya, ashamed of her panic, promised to provide backup strategies. Shichiku, his confidence restored, declared they would save Ain at world record pace. Danya could only look on, surprised by a sudden shift in mood. Kiira smiled faintly, recognizing this as the usual, determined Shichiku. She reminded him the swamp was on the southern continent, across the mountains. She explained the 2-hour land journey, as even griffins couldn't fly over. Shichiku calmly told them that they didn't need to worry about that. He began excitedly explaining a perfect glitch for their situation. He declared they could reach the swamp in 15 minutes via the underground world. His companions stared back, utterly horrified by the suggestion. Queen Ida's regal presence commanded their attention once more. She calmly stated her appreciation for such impressive features. She revealed her necklace held a twin crystal linked to one Ein War. The crystal would shatter the moment the other person's life ended. It was originally a failsafe designed to protect her own life. Shichiku realized they had to hurry before Ein was exposed as an imposter. Kiira warned him that while speed was good, there were still risks. She and Danya voiced their bad feelings about this underground world. Shichiku could only offer a nervous, silent acknowledgement of their fears. He admitted this was honestly the most dangerous route he knew. He explained failure meant not just death, but crashing the entire world. Danya looked down, her expression filled with sorrow and resolve. Shichiku stated his purpose. They must reach the swamp before Ein is exposed. A single tear fell from Danya's eye as she listened. Steeling herself, she declared that there was no reason to hesitate. Kiira states that while she doesn't understand the term crash, she fully grasps the danger. She recalls a traumatic memory of Arachne's sadistic glee in her own past terror. With newfound resolve, Kiira vows that she will never give in to fear again. Shichiku gives a small smile, agreeing that they should depart immediately. He then erupts in excitement, starting this swamp of starvation speedrun as Danya yells at him. Danya teleports them away. Shichiku, noting their first stop is the capital. They arrive at a grimy sewer entrance, nicknamed the Rat's Denver. Shichiku leads them through the sewer, explaining it's the lowest place in the capital. Kiira pinches her nose in disgust at the foul smell of the sewers. Danya watches as Shichiku sits down on the grimy ledge, seemingly taking a rest. 3 minutes in, he stands and announces their arrival, much to Kiira's confusion. Both Kiira and Danya question if this dead end is really the path to the swamp. A map illustrates the impassable Dragon's Tail mountain range separating them from their destination. Kiira points out the logical contradiction of going underground to cross high mountains. Shichiku taps a brick wall, revealing it as the area's only entrance to the underground world. He calmly announces that he is now going to perform a wall clip. His companions react with confusion, Danya wearily asking if it's that thing again. He assures them it's a simple glitch, demonstrating by placing a wooden box by the wall. Shichiku then sits down calmly on the box as part of the procedure. While seated, he turns his body around to face the wall directly. He explains the final step is to simply stand, his body starting to phase through the bricks. Kiira and Danya scream in shock as Shichiku vanishes completely into the solid wall. Danya, resolute, tells a stunned Kiira that they must follow him through. She stands before the wall, preparing to attempt the bizarre technique herself. Mimicking Shichiku, she turns her back to the wall while on the box. With a yelp, Danya successfully clips through the wall, her tail flicking as she disappears. Left alone, Kiira trembles with fear and hesitation. The proud warrior is overcome with terror, breaking down in tears. She forces herself onto the box, still shaking with fright. Steeling her nerves, she turns to face the wall, ready to follow her friends. With a grunt of effort and a grimace, Kiira pushes herself through the solid stone. They emerge in a bizarre, unrendered void, Kiira demanding to know what this place is. Kiira feels dizzy, complaining that Shichiku's explanation of a world beyond polygons makes no sense. Her foot suddenly slips on the invisible, uneven ground of the glitched world. Shichiku whips around in alarm, crying out her name in warning. He lunges forward, managing to catch her hand just as she plummets into a black abyss. He holds her dangling over the void, her face a mask of pure terror. After pulling her to safety, he asks if she is all right, acknowledging the danger. He gravely explains that falling into these gaps means an inescapable death, His companions are shocked to their core by the life-or-death stakes of the glitch. Shichiku runs ahead, assuring them it's safe if they follow him to a shortcut. Danya watches with trepidation, finding it difficult to trust the invisible path. Her own foot suddenly slips on the treacherous, unrendered floor. She tumbles to the ground as Shichiku turns and apologizes for his carelessness. Realizing the danger, he decides they must all hold hands to proceed safely. A close-up shows his hand gently taking Kira's. He then takes Danya's hand, connecting the three of them. The timer reads 6 minutes and 2 seconds as the trio walks hand in hand across the perilous void. His companions are panicked, realizing this is a far more terrifying danger than they imagined. At just over 8 minutes, Shichiku announces they have arrived at their next waypoint. They stand before a massive, swirling river flowing through the void, which he calls the Strange Current. The sight makes Kira dizzy again, and Danya urges her to pull herself together. A map shows the current is a glitched river that will transport them instantly. Kira and Danya are aghast, asking if he seriously plans to jump into it. He tells them not to worry, as his strange definition of safety confuses them. He anxiously reminds them of Ein's peril, a tactic they call dirty but effective. The three are swept away in the powerful, whooshing torrent of the glitched river. The scene shifts to the remote village of Assel at the base of the mountains. A local shepherdess named Matt tends to her flock nearby. The party bursts from the ground in a great splash of water. Matt sees them emerge from the field and cries out, thinking people are drowning. Shichiku announces their successful arrival on the southern side of the mountain range. His companions are soaked and exhausted, just relieved to be on solid ground again. The shepherdess Matt waves from a distance, calling out to them. She runs toward them, asking if they need help. Kira wonders if she is a local resident of this remote area. Shichiku's face suddenly contorts into a mask of pure panic. He screams at his friends to run and get away from the girl immediately. They sprint away at full speed, leaving the shepherdess standing alone. Matt is left completely bewildered, wondering if she did something to frighten them. As they flee, Shichiku assures his companions that they are safe now. Danya is utterly confused about what danger the friendly girl could have possibly posed. Kira asks if the shepherdess was secretly a monster like the slime Raspy. Shichiku clarifies that she is, in fact, an extremely good-natured human. He explains that their shortcut caused them to skip many required story steps. His companions ask him to explain what a flag is in simpler terms. He elaborates that this specific NPC's timing, or flag, is extremely strict. Interacting with her out of sequence would have broken the world's causality and timeline. Danya and Kira stare blankly, trying to comprehend the esoteric danger. Shichiku casually dismisses the near catastrophe, feeling a chill down his spine. His friends are horrified that he would so cheerfully resort to such dangerous methods. They continue running as the timer hits 12 minutes and 39 seconds, arguing about his reckless speedrunning. Bats flit through a dark, ominous cavern. The party has finally reached their destination, the gloomy swamp of starvation. The demon Raspy emerges from a pool of black slime, glowing with renewed power. A close-up shows his eye, glinting with mischievous confidence. He flexes his muscles, announcing with a ta-da that he is 100 times healthier. Raspy complains about how irritating the female knight Kira is. He then turns his attention to his bound captive in the back of the cavern. Ein, still disguised as Adaheim, is tied up as Raspy wonders what to do with him. He identifies his captive as Adaheim, the saintess of salvation. Raspy laments that he wanted the cute kitty, Danya, for a hostage instead. The captive retorts that he should deal with it himself, annoying Raspy further. The demon looks back at his prisoner with a frustrated expression. The bound figure clarifies that he is the one talking, calling Raspy an idiot. He sarcastically asks the demon who else could possibly be there. Raspy again looks at the bound captive, wondering what to do with this. He corrects himself, identifying the hostage as Ada Heim, the Saintess. Again, he daydreams about capturing the cute and cuddly Danya instead. Raspy grabs his prisoner's face, asking if they're a body double due to their resemblance. Disguised as the General Brahms, Ein analyzes his own hand, concluding the strange sensation is not magic. The real Raspy, disguised as Ein, recoils in pain, telling him to stop touching him. Raspy slumps forward, weakened by the mysterious power emanating from Ein. Ein feels the pain of Falshla's royal power, confirming that Raspy has absorbed the king's bloodline. Raspy grabs Ein's arm, but his own demonic abilities fail to have any effect. Ein mocks him, declaring that such a pitiful power is complete trash. His captor can only admit that his attempt didn't work in the slightest. Ein continues his taunts, sneering that his foe's brain must be as trashy as his power. As a final act of utter contempt, Ein spits directly in the demon's face. A glob of saliva drips down the cheek of the disguised Raspy. A close-up shows Raspy's mouth drawn into a thin, furious line. Grabbing Ein's chin, Raspy snarls that Ein is the bigger dumbass. With a vicious BM, Raspy delivers a powerful backhand slap across Ein's face. Ein's head snaps to the side from the sheer force of the blow. He slumps forward, defeated by the brutal physical assault. Raspy himself is heavily wounded, the left side of his face a bloody ruin from Ein's power. A visual effect shows Ein's mind reeling from the devastating impact. Ein hangs limply against the wall, bound and seemingly unconscious. Raspy looks down on him, calling him an impudent fool for his defiance. Ein reasons that the hero would never come to rescue a mere body double. Since he is so annoying, Ein decides he will simply have to kill him. Raspy slams Ein against the wall, lamenting that he would have doted on a more obedient boy. Ein remarks that Raspy's pretty face is now completely messed up. Resigned to his fate, Raspy's only regret is not getting to grope Kira's chest. He accepts his impending death, thinking that it's fine and they should just kill him already. A sewer grate with bent bars hints at a powerful, unseen arrival. Raspy, still nursing his wounds, is utterly stunned by the sudden intrusion. A flashback shows Raspy's earlier moment of despair, welcoming his own death. The scene returns to the bent bars of the sewer grate, the source of the rescue. Ein's face lights up with the pure, starstruck glee of a fanboy, seeing his idol. Raspy is completely flabbergasted, wondering how they could possibly have arrived so quickly. Ein, too, is in shock, exclaiming at their impossible, unbelievable speed. The chapter title page shows the trio running, the timer already at 13 minutes and 48 seconds. As they sprint, Shichiku begins to debrief his companions on the upcoming Raspy fight. Danya complains that he should just share his strategies more normally. Kira worries that their plan is ruined now that his powerful wooden stick has been stolen. Shichiku clarifies that this is now an entirely different speedrun category. He recalls a similar challenge run that took him 10 minutes for this boss alone. He explains that Raspy's main gimmick is copying the party's equipment. However, this time, Raspy already possesses the all-powerful Bug Strange Rod. Shichiku grimly concludes they must prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. Danya and Kira listen with worried expressions, understanding the new danger. The three heroes continue their desperate run through the rocky canyon. The bell on Danya's choker, containing a twin-life crystal, begins to rattle ominously. The crystal suddenly cracks, a clear sign that Ein is in mortal danger. Seeing the broken crystal, Shichiku screams at his companions that they must hurry. They finally arrive at the foot of the massive mountain range blocking their path to the swamp. A colossal, menacing lava ogre emerges, its presence dominating the landscape. The trio stares up at the powerful monster, sweat beading on their faces. The level 65 lava ogre lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very ground. Kira notes that the monsters in these remote regions are on a completely different level. The ogre raises its massive stone hammer, preparing to bring it down upon them. The hammer crashes into the earth, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. The monster lets out a low growl, readying its next devastating attack. As Kiira prepares for battle, Shichika calmly tells her there is no need to fight. He declares that the massive ogre is, in fact, their greatest ally in reaching the swamp. He points to an old great shield on the ground, telling them to face away from their destination. His companions are completely baffled by his strange, counterintuitive instructions. He explains that the normal route requires traversing a long, maze-like dungeon. However, a well-timed launch from the ogre's hammer can create a hole-in-one. The ogre stomps towards them as Kiira exclaims that this plan is even wilder than usual. Shichiku explains the ogre's fixed attack pattern will allow them to time the launch perfectly. They huddle behind the shield as he counts down the 5 frames before impact. The hammer connects with a massive bang, sending the trio soaring through the air. Shichiku declares the launch a great success, as both the angle and speed are ideal. His companions, however, are less confident, screaming in pure terror as they fly. They suddenly hang suspended in a white void as the map's graphics fail to load. The loading finishes, and he calmly announces they will now fall directly to their destination. They plummet towards a caldera, aiming for a perfect landing that will negate all damage. A boom sound effect illustrates their impact like a small volcanic eruption. They land perfectly inside Raspis' throne room, the timer reading an incredible 16 minutes and 52 seconds. A captive Ein is in utter shock, exclaiming that their arrival is much, much too fast. Raspi is also stunned, but excitedly asks if this incredible feat is also a part of speedrunning. Ein hangs bound to the wall, bloodied but alive and conscious. Danya stares forward, her expression unreadable as she takes in the scene. Her face suddenly hardens into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Raspi, now free, eagerly asks the hero how he managed to speed run to his location. He excitedly guesses if they rode a dragon or perhaps launched themselves from a cannon. Shichiku ignores him, resetting his internal timer and pelting Raspi with a single coin. He charges forward, a sack of coins in hand, ready to begin the boss fight. He announces that they will be skipping the dialogue, as it would be a time loss. Raspis narrows in annoyance at the speedrunner's bluntness. He complains that this is the same cheap trick that the old hag Arachne fell for. Kira coolly observes that the coin-throwing technique seems to work on the slime as well. Raspi dismisses their attempts to avoid conversation, preparing his own attack. He declares that he will simply eat everyone to absorb all of their knowledge. With a Vom, he unleashes a volley of dark slime tendrils at the party. Kiira moves with incredible speed, effortlessly slashing through the incoming projectiles. One of the tendrils cleverly curves around behind her back. The tendril lunges towards an unsuspecting Danya, aiming for a surprise attack. Raspi greets Kitty-chan with a sickeningly sweet and mocking smile. Danya's eye narrows, her expression one of cold, simmering fury. She tenses the powerful muscles in her back, preparing to unleash her own attack. She delivers a powerful, direct punch straight into the approaching tendril. Her serious Nico punch completely obliterates the slime with explosive force. Shichiku is left amazed by Danya's incredible hidden power. Flushed with adrenaline, she points at the reeling demon and yells for him to finish the bastard. Shichiku smiles confidently, acknowledging her command with a simple "Roger that." Raspi stares at his smoking, injured finger, utterly shocked by the cat girl's strength. Annoyed by the cat girl's defiance, Raspi decides he must discipline her. He gleefully brandishes the ridiculously powerful wooden stick he had stolen earlier. Shichiku watches the demon, his expression calm and analytical. With a mighty leap, Raspi soars high into the air above them. He plummets down with a powerful WHOM, aiming for the hero. The ground explodes in a shower of rock and debris from the impact. Raspi trembles, exclaiming how crazy the weapon's raw power feels. As Kiira charges forward, Raspy turns to meet her with a grin. Her sword clashes against the simple stick with a deafening clang. Kira grunts in pain, shocked by the impossible force of the parry. Raspy mocks her, calling her sword light and her efforts complete trash. He dashes around her, easily keeping ahead of the kingdom's strongest knight. He playfully tells her to wait as he prepares his next devastating attack. Laughing maniacally, he unleashes a relentless flurry of powerful swings. Kira realizes this chain of brutal attacks means she must retreat. Raspy continues his overwhelming assault, each blow landing with immense force. He marvels at the amazing, impossible power he now wields so easily. He can't believe a light stick can hit harder than a giant's hammer. This is a transcendental power, a secret that could shake the world. With a fanged, ecstatic grin, he declares that speedrunning is the best. His celebration is cut short as a coin smacks him in the back. Raspy's face contorts into a mask of pure, comical annoyance. He shrieks that he was just getting to the good part of the fight. Shichiku stands calmly, facing the enraged demon with his bag of coins. Another coin strikes Raspy in the chest, making him cry out. The demon is utterly bewildered by this strange, unexpected turn of events. Shichiku looks on, wondering how this could be happening. Raspy dashes forward, shocked that the hero is somehow behind him again. Shichiku calmly explains its basic boss strategy to target the back. He notes the long, troublesome attack animation of the one-handed weapon. The combo's final downward swing is predictable, leaving an opening. With a forward roll, he slips past the attack and lands another hit. He states that a cheat weapon's power means nothing if it doesn't hit. Raspy is left speechless, gritting his teeth in absolute, seething rage. His playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold and simmering hatred. He mutters a curse, calling the hero an impudent, damn human. Dark, viscous slime begins to flow from his feet across the ground. Kira and Danya watch with alarm as the dark substance spreads. Shichiku looks on, a bead of sweat on his temple. Raspy begins a chilling chant about the ballad of sacrificed children. He speaks of a pitch-black void from which no soul can return. It is darkness itself. He grins that will draw them all in. Shichiku watches as the demon's power continues to swell and multiply. The slime rises, forming into countless ghostly, smiling shapes. A legion of consumed souls, they fill the darkness, ready to fight. An entire army of clones rises from the belly of the bottomless swamp. Danya and Kira stand surrounded by the laughing, identical duplicates. Raspy taunts the hero, saying he can no longer get behind him. With a drooling maw, he vows that he will devour everything they have. The clone army swarms forward, laughing as they attack in unison. Shichiku watches the chaotic assault, his expression grim and focused. The clones leap and strike with a manic, synchronized glee. The ground erupts under the simultaneous, powerful blows of the army. Shichiku realizes this is bad. The boss has entered phase 2 prematurely. He knows Raspy's health is still far too high for this to happen. In a state of shock, he panics, certain he has somehow screwed up. He can only conclude that this is an unknown, undocumented bug. Danya screams Shichiku's name, her voice filled with absolute terror. Kira desperately slashes at the swarming clones, trying to defend him. But as she cuts them down, their slimy bodies begin to reform. Severed arms and legs ooze back together, making her efforts futile. The dismembered parts wiggle and squirm before reforming into new clones. Kira is horrified as the endless army regenerates right before her eyes. Raspy's smug voice thanks her, explaining that she has multiplied him. Kira's eyes widen in absolute shock at this horrifying truth. The clones continue their relentless assault, overwhelming the heroes. Danya calls out to her friends, her voice filled with desperation. She realizes Kira's attacks are useless, and Shichiku cannot throw coins. Kira screams for Shichiku to use the jailbreak thread to retreat. She knows with certainty that at this rate, they will all die. Shichiku stands amidst the chaos, his expression grimly determined. He glances over at Ada and Ain, still bound and helpless. He tells his companions there is still a way, though he dreads it. With a serious look, he declares that this is their last resort. He calls out to Kira, getting her attention for his final plan. He asks her to keep cutting up Raspy, no matter what happens. Kira protests, but he simply says, "Please," his voice firm. She falls silent, trusting his judgment despite her own fear. The main Raspy looks on, intrigued by their desperate final gambit. Kira unleashes her Valkyrie Sweet Waltz, a spinning blade of light. Her attack slices through dozens of clones in a whirlwind of steel. The clones are dismembered, their limbs sent flying through the air. A regenerating clone mocks her, saying it's pointless to cut him. Kira's eyes remain focused, her resolve unshaken by the futility. Raspy senses that the hero must be planning something cunning. He makes a decision, a single word hanging in the darkness. Then, he orders his army to ignore the night and kill the hero instead. The clones abandon Kira and swarm towards their true target, Shichiku. Shichiku wobbles, startled by the sudden shift in their attack. A slimy hand suddenly grips his leg, stopping him in his tracks. A clone grins triumphantly, having successfully caught its prey. Danya screams his name, her face a mask of pure horror. A single bead of sweat drips from Shichiku's wide, focused eye. The clone lunges, its fanged mouth open, screaming that it's got him. As it vows to make him its own, he rips open his bag. The world freezes, the word pause, hanging silently in the air. Raspy's triumphant grin is frozen on his face, his eyes wide. The entire cavern is suspended in time, a silent, fractured tableau. Kira is locked mid-swing, surrounded by motionless, dissolving clones. Danya can only stare, her mouth open in a silent, frozen scream. Raspy's face contorts in shock, wondering what on earth is happening. His hand grips the stolen rod, but he finds he cannot move. Kira questions if this is a binding spell or time magic. Shichiku watches grimly, realizing this phenomenon is something else entirely. He wonders if this too could be considered a form of speedrunning. Raspy feels a flicker of movement, a small hope in the stillness. He realizes with a jolt that he can move, even if just slightly. He resolves that, for now, he must focus on a single goal. He concentrates, preparing to escape the range of this bizarre technique. A bead of sweat forms as he focuses all his will to move. He must get out of the range of whatever this technique is. With all his might, he takes a single, determined step forward. His eyes widen in absolute, uncomprehending terror at what happens next. His leg passes through the solid ground. Much to his horror, he and his clones begin to slip into the earth as Danya watches. A flashback begins as Shichiku explains the terrifying concept of LAG. The strange rod's bug applies a buff 10-24 times, causing immense load. His companions are baffled by the term calculation load. He explains one copy is fine, like a single office worker's tasks. But Raspy's clones create an impossibly large, simultaneous calculation. In this worst-case scenario, he warns they would experience heavy lag. His friends imagine being buried in paperwork, realizing lag is not peaceful. During lag, he explains, the world advances slowly, frame by frame. Danya nervously asks what would happen if they tried to move. He warns that adding more load increases the danger of system crash. There's also the fear that the game's collision detection would fail. Objects passing through each other is a natural state without that system. Kira is completely lost, but Danya advises her to just keep listening. A chibi Shichiku explains collision detection decides if objects pass or collide. Danya realizes wall clipping is just a way to cheat that detection. Kira understands the horrifying implication if lag prevents that from working. If you fly or bounce around, causing objects to make contact, the collision detection would fail and you would fall into the underground. Back in the present, Raspy screams in terror, as this happens to him. He stares at a small shrine, still not understanding what is happening. Raspy begs for help as Shichika notes the lag is starting to fade. Shichiku praises the game's programmers for handling Raspis' complex gimmick. However, he notes, weapons created from bugs are impossible to handle. He states that the world of Inverse is in no way at fault. He delivers the final verdict. Use glitches at your own risk. Raspis' face is a mask of pure horror as the words sink in. He is pulled down into the void, his body glitching out of existence. Raspy is erased, tumbling through a digital abyss of corrupted data. Shichiku and his companions watch the aftermath in stunned silence. The scales of starvation fall as the timer stops at 7 minutes and 3 seconds. A tiny, trembling Raspy clone calls the whole experience crazy before vanishing. The chapter title page shows a small shrine in the desolate swamp. The last remnants of Raspis' dark power fade away into nothingness. The scales of starvation, proof of Raspis' defeat, lie on the ground. Shichiku walks towards the item as his friends watch from behind. He explains this means the game system has registered Raspis' defeat. He sees Kira and Danya already moving to help the captive Ein. Danya desperately tries to heal Ein's severe wounds, urging him to hold on. She realizes with despair that her current healing magic is not strong enough. From a high cliff, a figure leaps down towards the chaotic scene. The shepherdess Matt lands softly on the back of her fluffy sheep. She calls out, asking if everyone is all right after the battle. Kiira and Danya are completely stunned by her sudden and bizarre arrival. Shichiku calmly notes that Raspis' defeat triggered her appearance flag. Matt looks on in concern at the wounded party below. Her eyes fall upon the shimmering, magical waters of a nearby spring. Danya looks up, hearing Matt call out to everyone with urgency. Matt points, telling them to soak the wounded person in the spring immediately. She explains the legends of the pious spring, which can cure all illnesses. They carefully carry the unconscious Ein towards the healing waters. As he is submerged, the spring glows and his wounds begin to close. The magical light fades as his injuries completely heal. Ein awakens from his ordeal, and Danya cries out his name in relief. He groggily recognizes his sister, his voice weak and raspy. Danya smiles, telling him he's safe now that Shichiku defeated the demon. Ein clutches his head, thinking his memory must still be damaged. He recalls the slime multiplying, freezing, then falling into the ground. Danya suggests it might have been some kind of illusion magic. She then assures him with a confident smile that his head is fine. Shichiku stands back, watching the reunion with a quiet expression. He smiles to himself, ready for his favorite part, the post-run thoughts. He is shocked to see his final time was only 7 minutes. He recalls that the standard run for Raspy takes over 10 minutes. He wonders if intentionally causing lag is actually a faster strategy. This could be a revolutionary new route for some speedrun categories. He gets excited, realizing one can't be afraid of irregularities in a run. He longs to return home and report this to the Anverse community. He smiles warmly at Matt, who has saved the day. They arrive at the remote and peaceful Assel village. Matt's grandmother, the T-Tribe chief, greets them warmly. She offers them tobari tea, a traditional medicinal drink. Kiira finds the milky smell strange, but Danya is curious. Matt is just glad that everyone is safe after their ordeal. She notes that the wounded young man seems to be recovering well. A guidebook excerpt describes the isolated culture of Assel village. Kiira whispers that no one in this remote area would recognize Queen Ada. Ein agrees it's best to avoid trouble by keeping her identity secret. Kiira glances over at the happy and innocent Matt. Matt's eyes sparkle with pure joy at having guests in her village. Kiira realizes the girl clearly wants them to stay for a while. Danya worries that their presence might attract the area's strong monsters. The chief simply chuckles knowingly at her valid concern. The chief points out that they are safe because of the tea. Matt explains the tobari herb makes them harder for monsters to find. Besides, she adds, The villagers know which monster territories to avoid. The village chief explains that monsters still sometimes attack their isolated home. She tells a shocking story of how the cutest children were once sacrificed. Kiira observes that the rare Tobari medicinal herb could protect the capital's people. Shichika notes its usefulness in glitchless runs, reducing enemy encounters. Danya seems unimpressed. The chief apologizes, saying the herb is too rare to give away freely. The young shepherdess, Matt, suddenly exclaims as she gets a brilliant idea. Beaming with excitement, Matt announces she has something to show her guests. She reveals a magnificent outdoor hot spring, steaming under the starry night sky. Ain, Danya, Kira, and Shichika stare in awe at the unexpected sight. Matt proudly presents the pious spring, flowing directly from its legendary source. She joyfully thanks them, explaining the spring flows and Mary is healthy again. Kiira and Danya are confused, asking what this is about and who Mary is. Shichiku recognizes it as Matt's subquest, now marked as cleared in his mind. Matt explains her sheep, Mary, was sick but she knew the spring's power could cure her. Shichiku explains Raspy monopolized this secret hot spring, causing it to dry up. He explains that defeating Raspy simultaneously cleared the main quest and her subquest. He begins a technical lecture on speedruns until Danya angrily tells him to stop. Matt happily invites them all to enjoy the hot spring they helped restore. The party stands together, ready to enjoy a well-deserved rest in the spring. The scene transitions to the beautiful, star-filled night sky above the hot spring. In the men's bath, Shichiku is glad to see Ain has healed up well. Ain marvels at the spring's power, noting it even grew back his broken tooth. Ain admits that being hit in the face was a first heed rather not repeat. Shichiku internally wishes for a little more credit for saving the ungrateful boy. Ain stares intently at Shichiku, a serious thought crossing his mind. He sternly warns Shichiku not to do something so reckless ever again. Shichiku realizes Ain revealed his identity, so Ada would give up if he died. A close-up on Ain's eye reveals his sharp and unwavering determination. Shichika guesses he was thinking of Ada's safety, but Ain cuts him off. Ain admits it was a stupid choice, but it was the best he could do. He thanks Shichiku for the rescue, but tells him to spare the lecture. Shichiku is left completely speechless by Ain's blunt and complex gratitude. Ain starts grumbling, blaming his kidnapping on Shichiku's initial cowardly behavior. Shichiku internally calls him a power-tripping boss, admitting he has no defense. Shichiku sinks into the water in a state of gloom as Ain trails off. Ain looks away, flustered, trying to take back his harsh words of blame. He is suddenly distracted by the sound of the girls' voices next door. On the other side, the girls are enjoying the bath's unique rocky design. A mischievous idea strikes Ain, and he blushes with a devious look. He calls out to Shichiku, getting the hero's attention for his new scheme. He asks if Shichiku's glitches allow him to pass through the wall. Ain then slyly asks if there's a glitch for peeking through walls. Shichiku is appalled, sternly telling him that's not a good thing to do. Ain realizes not good isn't impossible, teasing that it must be possible. Shichiku explains that doing so would make things difficult with his party members. Ain drapes his arm over Shichiku, trying to coax him into the scheme. Ain complains about his own frustrations, being left out of the main group. Danya and Kiira emerge from the steam, wondering about the strange commotion. Kiira reflects on the day's insane events, rebuilding a village and beating a boss. Danya agrees that everything has been impossibly hectic since Shichiku's arrival. Danya turns to her friend, her expression serious as she calls out to Kiira. She bluntly asks her friend if she has developed a crush on Shichiku. As Kiira panics, Danya teases her, saying her feelings are obvious to everyone. Kiira is left speechless, sweating and blushing profusely at the direct accusation. She looks down into the water, her face still red, unable to deny it. She admits to Danya that she doesn't really understand her own feelings yet. She confesses to being charmed, but also angered when he's with other women. Danya asks if her feelings are different when Shichiku speaks directly to her. Kiira clenches her hands, reminding herself that she is Ada's best friend first. And yet, she senses that Ada herself seems to be attracted to Shichiku. Danya can only offer a small, knowing, and slightly sad smile in response. Danya playfully hugs Kiira from behind, calling her complex thoughts very cute. Kiira recovers, turning the question back on her friend, asking about her feelings. She asks Ada what she truly thinks of Shichiku, her gaze now serious. Danya's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a look of sober contemplation. Kiira waits for the answer, a bead of sweat on her temple. Ada declares Shichiku is the strongest hero who can seal the roots of evil. But she knows that when it's over, he will return to his own world. She looks at Kiira, her voice trailing off, considering what will happen then. Kiira says her friend's name. Ada, her voice filled with quiet concern. Her thoughts drift to Shichiku and his confident vow to save Ain. She recalls his many strange declarations and his affection for her catgirl persona. She remembers him vibrating strangely as he greeted them from the tailor shop. She recalls him rapidly equipping a slingshot, his body shaking with the effort. A montage of his insane glitches fills her mind, leaving her utterly exhausted. She tries to reassure Kiira, telling her to be at ease about it. She then fiercely denies her own feelings with a very unconvincing, flustered shout. Kiira can only offer a confused okay in response to her friend's outburst. Later, Matt is diligently cleaning the now empty hot spring with a brush. She happily thinks to herself that having guests around is never a dull moment. She notices the spring's source is rattling strangely, drawing her attention. Thinking something is stuck, she pokes the opening with her brush handle. A torrent of water erupts, pulling the surprised shepherdess into the opening. She finds herself in a strange, watery space, wondering where she is. A tiny, angry slime confronts her, threatening to devour her whole. Later, Danya explains to the others that Raspy has somehow returned. The tiny, chibi-fied Raspy glares, marking the start of a new chapter. The entire party stares down at the tiny slime in utter, shared disbelief. Danya turns to Shichiku, demanding to know what this is all about. Shichiku is completely baffled, admitting he has no idea what's going on. Kiira asks the frightened Matt if this is really the same Raspy. The tiny slime angrily confirms it, calling her a dumbass for asking again. Kiira reasons the game registered Raspy as dead, fulfilling a true ending condition. Shichika notes it's a bug, but a strange one with actual graphics. Ain admits he doesn't understand, but he has a simple solution in mind. He decides they should just kill it, since leaving it alive is a risk. He kicks the powerless slime, noting its inability to fight back proves it's weak. The others agree. It's an interesting bug, but must be killed quickly. The tiny Raspy protests that it's unfair for all the heroes to gang up on him. Danya decides to use magic, ignoring his pleas to avoid multiplying him. With tears in her eyes, the young shepherdess Matt holds up a sign pleading for help. She declares she must kill slimes for eating grass. Raspy protests he only eats humans. The tiny slime begs Danya to stop, offering to reveal the other Elite Four's weaknesses. Shichiku calmly dismisses the offer, as he already knows them, much to Danya's fury. Danya unleashes her Nikomata fire, engulfing the screaming slime in a massive fireball. She watches the inferno, her expression one of complete and utter shock. The tiny Raspy reforms from puddle, looking completely unharmed and merely confused. Danya cries out in disbelief that her attack failed as Kiira moves in for the kill. Kiira's sword squishes the soft slime with a pathetic noise, doing no real damage. She looks on, flustered, as her blade simply bounces off the jelly-like creature. Raspy laughs gleefully, boasting that it didn't hurt and calling them all trash. His expression turns sinister as he declares it's now his turn to attack. The slime begins to recover, explaining that the hot springs power healed him. Shichiku, Ein, and Matt watch in horror as Raspy announces he will finally. With a triumphant cry, Raspy's full head bursts forth, vowing to devour them all. The entire group can only stare in stunned silence at the bizarre sight. Raspy looks down, confused, wondering where the rest of his body is. He struggles to move, bouncing pathetically while asking why his body won't appear. Danya wonders aloud if it's only his head, while Shichiku stares in recognition. Shichiku feels a strange nostalgia for this glitched state from his old world. Raspy realizes that in exchange for being harmless, he is also now unkillable. The party looks down at the tiny head, with Shichiku wondering what this thing is. In the demon realm, Bram sits alone at the Demon King's Grand Round Table. The Eye of the Dead projects Raspy's embarrassing, glitch-filled defeat. Morphomet and Brams watch the playback, with Brams asking what is happening. Enraged, Morphomet screams that it's annoying and shatters the magical mirror. She furiously curses the hero for mocking her father, even in death. Brams calmly asks Princess Morphomet to settle down and explain what's wrong. Morphomet coldly tells him to drop the formal speech as they are alone. She reminds him that she is the only one who can grant his true wish. Brams listens in silence, his face an unreadable mask. Morphomet gazes at the broken mirror, wondering about the weight of the hero's soul. She muses it must be heavier than millions of soldiers, unlike past cowardly heroes. She pointedly asks Brams for his agreement, her tone a clear command. A brief, blurry transition suggests a flashback or a shift in thought. Brams states that he has never forgotten his wish, not for a single moment. A flashback shows him on a battlefield, having killed millions for his lord. Morphomet watches him, her expression intense and demanding. Brams removes his glasses, vowing to present her with the hero's head. Shichiku reads from a cue card, sheepishly explaining something stupid to Danya. He reads the author's note about no adjustments, which a tiny Brams calls boring. Shichiku announces the bonus pages, including a strategy guide for Raspy he wrote. A close-up shows the mock magazine page featuring Raspy. Kiira and Danya wonder why the bonus page shows Danya's face, not Shichiku's. The party returns to the Danka's outskirts, with Shichiku feeling it's been a long time. Ein, disguised as Ada, hears a voice call out her name. A squad of Falschla bodyguards runs toward them with grim determination. They stop before the party, the lead guard expressing relief that Ada is safe. The guard explains they were stunned by their fast return and just formed a team. Ein, as Ada, credits the Otherworld hero and his team for her survival. The guards look downcast and suspicious, their mood turning gloomy. The lead guard addresses Ada-sama with all due respect. He requests that she demonstrate her royal Falschla power for them. He recounts Raspy's disguise, stating they have no proof she is the real Ada. He insists her impossibly fast return is suspicious and demands proof of royalty. Kiira steps in to vouch for her queen, but Ein says he does not mind. Ein, his eyes narrowed, requests an unpurified magic stone. A brilliant flash of light erupts from Ein's hand as he purifies the stone. The guards look on, stunned by the dazzling display of royal power. The tiny Raspy, trapped in a bottle, buzzes from the holy energy. Shichiku recognizes the bright light as the same power that protects the capital. A guide page explains the holy power passed down through the Falschla line. It's noted that Ein can wield this power despite being a body double. Raspy was sealed in a bottle with Ein's barrier to get past the capital's defenses. Ein's magic is average, limiting his use of the barrier to once or twice a day. If Danya returned to her true form, an immense amount of power would emerge. The lead guard glances at the purified stone in Ein's hand. He confirms the purified stone is unmistakably the power of the royals. Ein states he isn't offended and is relieved the capital's guards are so cautious. The guards are overcome with emotion, crying out, Ada-sama. The lead guard, Hugo, begs for his head to be taken as punishment. Danya recognizes Hugo as the guard who accompanied Ada to Tadanka village. Hugo kneels, begging Ada-sama to give him some form of punishment. He wails that he blundered into the enemy's trap, shaming his duty. He declares he would gladly lay down his life to protect his highness. Ein, as Ada looks down with wide, shocked eyes at the guard's declaration. A vision of Ada's bloody face flashes as Shichiku thinks she wouldn't want that. Ein mutters to himself that watching this display doesn't feel good. He tells Hugo to stop his foolish act, asking if he thinks she'd be happy. He smiles, commanding Hugo to live with shame and die for her next time. Hugo looks up, blushing and moved to tears by his queen's words. He trembles with renewed devotion as Shichiku and Danya watch, dumbfounded. Shichiku is awed by her queenly display, while Danya feels pressure to return. The scene shifts to Ada's room in the magnificent royal castle. Ein lies on a sofa, asking what they're going to do now. He's completely exhausted, lounging with his chest open because his robes are tight. Danya remarks that his behavior is unimpressive, even in private. Shichiku begins to lecture him about acting more like a princess. Kira enters the room, wearing a stunning and elegant formal gown. Shichiku is struck speechless, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Kira is flustered by his silent stare, asking him what it is. She asks what's the matter, wondering if it's about her dress. She explains that wearing armor in the castle would be inappropriate for a duke's daughter. Shichiku knows it's not the lack of armor that has his attention. He stares at the dress, realizing it's a costume he has never seen before. He recalls her DLC outfit, noting this new one wasn't in the art book. Kira notices him staring at her clothes and asks him what is wrong. Shichiku admits it's the first time he's seen her look so pretty. The compliment makes Kira's face turn beet red with embarrassment. She stammers, asking what he's saying as Danya watches with a knowing smile. Shichiku panics, realizing his compliment to Kira might have been unwelcome sexual harassment. He awkwardly apologizes, offending Kira, while Danya remains thoroughly unimpressed by the display. In a lavish royal room, Ada notes it is the 6th day since the hero arrived. On a chessboard, she recounts their victories over Apocalypse, Arachne, and now Laspi. Kira sighs, looking at a tiny, sobbing Raspi in a bottle, tired of speedrunning. Ada wonders if Raspi's survival can be counted as a true defeat. Shichiku admits that, for once, he honestly does not know the answer. He speculates Raspi's new form is a bug or simply unimplemented game data. He confirms the quest was officially cleared, holding up the scales of starvation as proof. He concludes their main goal, achieving the true ending, is still on track. Ein casually asks the bottled slime how it came to know about speedrunning. Raspi cheerfully explains that Morphomet showed them everything, finding it all very interesting. Ein recalls Morphomet's Eye of the Dead ability, while Kira questions Raspi's nerve. A guidebook excerpt explains the Demon King's Elite Four and how their ranks are earned. Kira realizes the remaining demons know about Shichiku's abnormal power and have countermeasures. The word countermeasure sends a chill down Shichiku's spine as he ponders the threat. Shichiku recalls that Raspi's second phase in their battle triggered faster than usual. Raspi retorts that unlike the old hag, Arachne, he isn't an idiot. Shichiku silently processes this information, realizing the enemies are now adapting their strategies. Kira asks if they can defend against a surprise attack from the remaining Elite Four. Shichiku admits he cannot guarantee it, as his coin supply has been depleted. His original true ending route relied on the overpowered Strange Rod, which is now lost. Kira asks his new plan, as Danya offers him the holy sword she carries. Shichiku identifies his next target, the powerful Obsidian Greatsword, a late-game weapon. He explains they can get it now by using a risky warp in the underground world. His companions are horrified at the thought of returning to the glitched-out void. Kira and Danya vehemently forbid him from crashing the world again for a shortcut. Shichiku looks on, his plans for a quick power-up thwarted by his concerned friends. Kira points out that unknown elements keep appearing that were not in his game. Shichika begins to wonder if this world is not the game, but a reality resembling it. He dismisses the idea, finding a real world this much like a game to be disturbing. The fact that everyone is surprised by his glitches means they are unnatural here. Ein recalls Raspis Bazaar, glitched demise, a phenomenon only a player would understand. Shichiku resolves to treat this world as a game for strategic purposes, at least. He recalls the many people who have placed their trust and hopes in him. A vision of his real self appears, admitting it would be sad if this world were just a game. The quiet, glasses-wearing man from his old life sits, a profound thought lingering. Danya's voice snaps him out of his deep thoughts, gently calling his name. She asks him what he plans to do now that his primary weapon is gone. Shichiku stares blankly for a moment, processing the new, difficult reality of his situation. He decides he will have to make do with the holy sword for the time being. Danya shouts at him for calling the legendary holy sword a mere stopgap measure. The real problem, he knows, is when enemies deviate from the game's established script. The remaining foes, the intelligent Brams, and the vengeful Morphomet will be unpredictable. He tells Kira they might go even further off script than Raspi did during their fight. He concludes they must speedrun even faster than the enemy can devise countermeasures. His allies stare at him with deadpan expressions, utterly exhausted by his singular logic. They all groan in unison, questioning his single-minded and dangerous focus on speed. He argues that the more time that passes, the more countermeasures the enemy will create. Danya logically argues that he should prioritize preparation against unknown threats, not speed. She tells him to stop speedrunning, but he just suggests speedrunning a safe route. The tiny, bottled Raspi wonders where the real Adaheim is, completely clueless. An interrupts their strategy session, apologizing for butting in while they are excited. He tells Shichiku to accompany him tomorrow, calling a waste of time, but necessary. He explains that Shichiku is being summoned by the kingdom's advisory body, the wise sages. Kira looks on with a grim expression, knowing exactly who the sages are. In a grand hall, 3 shadowy, powerful figures sit at a large council table. An old sage shouts in disbelief, calling the hero's victories impossible and treasonous. A veiled woman calls the hero a braggart who must be taught the world's rules. A young, energetic sage finds the hero's craziness amazing and wants to meet him. The young sage chides the old one, Surti Set, for shouting too much. A robed figure states their sacred duty is to protect the kingdom and its people. A flashback shows a battlefield littered with bodies, a past tragedy that must not repeat. A hand presses against a window overlooking the capital, vowing to maintain order. The speaker is revealed as Melina Re Serafari, representative of the Serafari house. The camera focuses on the enigmatic, veiled woman sitting silently at the council table. A storybook page depicts the creation myth, showing a 7-headed dragon named Volfiria. A woman prayed for peace, and the goddess summoned a hero from another world. The hero and woman had 6 children, but the goddess sent the hero back. Consumed by grief, her eyes crying black tears, the woman became a witch. She summoned him back, but he returned corrupted as the very first demon king. The young sage with glasses smiles eagerly, excited by the hero's impending arrival. Ein looks nervous and sweaty, clearly uncomfortable with the political maneuvering. Shichiku stands alone in the vast, empty wise sages' conference hall. The faces of the various sages look down on him with open disapproval. Melina Re Serafari stares with a cold, judgmental expression on her face. Surti Set, the old sage, looks on with a sweaty, angry grimace. Another elderly sage with an eye patch stares blankly, his expression unreadable. Shichiku looks down, utterly bewildered by the situation he has found himself in. His hands are suddenly locked in heavy, clanking iron manacles. A flashback to the previous day begins, as he wonders how things came to this. He had asked about the wise sages, a name he barely remembered from the game. An explained that after defeating 2 Elite Four, the powers that be would want an audience. Shichiku repeated the name, trying to place its significance in the game's lore. He recalled they were a mysterious organization only mentioned by name in the guidebook. Ein warned him not to expect a warm welcome from the powerful council. Kiira called them a gathering of cowards who would likely see him as a threat. Danya explained they're the founding royal houses who prioritize safety above all else. Kiira noted their strict prohibition against anyone but the hero fighting the Demon King. 100 years ago, the kingdom tried to fight the Demon King on their own. In retaliation, the Demon King's army killed over 1 million people in a great war. Fearing a repeat, the sages forbade anyone but the hero from fighting the demons. Kiira admitted she had to sneak around this prohibition to help him fight Arachne. Shichiku lamented how much frustration this rule must have caused the kingdom's adventurers. Danya countered that the rule also prevented many excellent adventurers from being lost. Raspi cheekily pointed out that even the great silver dragon Fong fell to him. Shichiku finally understood why powerful people like Kiira never challenged the Demon King. Ein shakes the bottle containing Raspi, who lets out a muffled, annoyed cry. Shichiku pointed out that as the hero, he should have no problem fighting. He wondered aloud why, then, the wise sages would consider him a threat. Danya bluntly informs Shichiku that he is, in fact, an abnormal hero. Kiira and Ein list his faults. He's too fast, and his glitches are incomprehensible. Ein watches his sister, Ada, thinking this entire situation is simply unbelievable. He remains silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful and serious. Shichiku listens to their assessment, a nervous bead of sweat on his temple. Ein concedes, however, that despite everything, Shichiku doesn't seem like a bad guy. Shichiku is startled by the unexpected vote of confidence, his hair tuft popping up. To ensure he can speedrun freely, Ein explains he needs to meet the kingdom's leaders. Ada, in her Danya form, asks her brother what he is scheming. She smiles warmly, telling Ein she is happy that he has made a friend. An intensely flustered Ein loudly denies that he and Shichiku are friends. The trio enters the grand, checker-floored wise sages conference hall. Shichiku internally notes that in the game, this was just the Great Hall. Danya gives him a final, critical warning not to reveal the Demon King is dead. A confused Shichiku processes her sudden, urgent command. A powerful blast from a row of trumpets announces the start of the assembly. From a high balcony, a choir begins to sing of the sacred dragon of Trueli. They sing of its 7 heads, representing the kingdom's 6 great noble houses. Shichiku looks up at the dais where these powerful servants of the goddess sit. The camera pans across the assembled sages, starting with a regal woman. Next is a stern, older man with long white hair and a prominent eye patch. A cheerful young man with a monocle and a wide grin sits beside him. The imposing dark elf, Merchant Guild President Oniayu Rimamiya, asks if this is the hero. Alchemist Cronid Ro Orvis laughs, joking that all men are tiny next to her. Kiira's grandfather, Commander Balzes, warns against judging a warrior by his appearance. The cantankerous Superintendent Raiga T-Set scoffs at Balzes' battlefield analogies. T-Set then reminds everyone that violence is forbidden in the assembly hall. The intimidating atmosphere makes Shichiku feel like he is in a stressful job interview. A new voice cuts through the chatter, calling for silence. Pope Melina Serafari declares that they finally meet the restless hero. At the sight of the Pope, Kiira's expression hardens into one of cold fury. A flashback reveals Melina ordering a young, weeping Ada to be whipped. Shichiku realizes this is the woman from Kiira and Ada's childhood story. He mentally identifies the Pope and Kiira's grandfather, Balzes. He admits to himself that he doesn't recognize the other 3 sages. The Pope addresses him directly as the Otherworld hero. She states that the council has something they wish to confirm with him. She asks the question directly, did he really subjugate Arachne and Raspi? Shichiku confirms that he did, with help from Kira and Danya. As proof, he presents Arachne's diadem and Raspi's scales of starvation. The sages murmur amongst themselves, shocked by the tangible evidence. The Pope presses on, demanding to know how he defeated them. Balza states that as Kira's teacher, he knows her strength and limits. He insists that an Elite Four cannot be defeated by just a few cuts. It's unbelievable, he says, that a newcomer could defeat such a foe. Danya recalls his absurd methods, as Kira begs her grandfather to stop asking. The trio whispers frantically, realizing they can't possibly explain the truth. The other sages deduce that he is low-level and practically unarmed. Tiset shouts out the only remaining possibility. It must be a given skill. He explains it is the ultimate power, granted only to the hero. He concludes that Shichiku must possess the strongest given skill in history. The appraisal, however, reveals only a string of garbled, unreadable text. Cronid excitedly wonders if it's some kind of otherworld language. Shichiku sweats, forced to admit that even he cannot read it. The sages begin to murmur again, their initial hope turning to suspicion. Shichiku stands awkwardly, feeling the weight of their collective doubt. Oniayu stares, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Is he a demon spy? Shichiku denies it, as Ein tells him to explain himself properly. Ein sighs internally, frustrated that this straight-laced hero cannot even bluff. He thinks it's absurd to accuse someone who provided proof of being a spy. Tiset waves off all doubt, declaring they will question him thoroughly. He invokes Article 47 of the Wartime Special Measures Law. With a slam of his gavel, he orders the law to be executed. Heavy, magical shackles materialize and clamp around Shichiku's wrists. A small, magical flame appears, floating in the air before him. It ignites brightly atop an ornate, flower-shaped brazier. Shichiku stares in shock at his bound hands. Kira furiously demands to know what Tiset is doing. Tiset threatens to imprison Shichiku, depending on the interrogation's results. He explains this is Tiset's flame, a relic that turns black if a lie is told. Ein leaps to his defense, calling Shichiku his benefactor who saved him from Raspi. Tiset asks if Ada-sama has forgotten the events of the summoning 6 days ago. He reminds them that the hero immediately ran away without taking the holy sword. Shichiku flinches, stunned that his initial speedrun tactic is being used against him. Tiset declares that this cowardly act is the only truth they know of the hero. A chibi drawing shows Shichiku in his underwear, dashing away from the castle. Yet this same man now claims to have defeated the Elite Four in just 6 days. Shichiku despairs, realizing they'd of course think he's lying without video proof. Danya pleads with them to consider the proof of subjugation he brought. Tiset argues that a demon spy could easily forge such items. He connects the hero's appearance to the recent Wyvern attack on the capital. Cronid calmly tells the increasingly agitated Tiset to cool down. He agrees the hero is a mystery, but he doesn't believe he's a spy. He jokes that he'd send a much more convincing hero if he were the Demon King. Tiset shouts at the laughing Cronid to stop being so flippant. Pope Melina begins to speak, explaining the threat of the roots of evil. Every 100 years, she says, the demons become stronger in a war season. During this time, the stars align, allowing them to summon a hero. The world is on the verge of extinction, still recovering from the last war. Shichiku realizes that he truly is the only one who could defeat the Demon King. Melina states they cannot entrust their world to an existence they cannot trust. Looking down at him, she says that they sincerely want to trust him. She commands him to tell them everything that happened over the past 6 days. Shichiku feels the immense pressure of her gaze, the trial about to begin. Danya's warning echoes in his mind as the pure white flame burns steadily. A new voice from the entrance remarks on the day's lively proceedings. Pope Melina's stern composure breaks as she stares in utter shock. Shichiku turns, surprised by the interruption. Danya's eyes widen, her expression one of pure disbelief. The king of Trueli, Falschla, the 107th, has made his grand entrance. In a grand throne room, a courtier announces the arrival of the king. The king's gaze is sharp and serious as he observes the scene before him. Shichiku stands in shock, his wrists bound by heavy iron shackles. A court official, Sir Tezset, jumps in surprise at the king's presence. The king questions Sir Tezset, asking why the young man has been restrained. Learning he caused no affray, the king commands Shichiku's immediate release. He rebukes the official for such an ignoble use of his authority. With a powerful sound, the shackles on Shichiku's wrists suddenly shatter apart. The king offers his apologies for the discourtesy shown to their guest. He explains that Sir Tezset, though quick to anger, is a bastion of law. He introduces himself as Falschla VII, the king of this fair country. The king bows, accepting blame, but Shichiku graciously dismisses the incident. His full name is Alciotli Falschla, the 107th king of his line. In his youth, he was a famed adventurer and is also Ada's father. Shichiku realizes the king's adventurous past allows Danya to travel with Ada. A female courtier asks why the king has left his quarters today. The king laughs, explaining he could not simply sit idly by today. He would not miss the chance to meet the otherworldly hero himself. He wished to hear the tale directly from a source, so to speak. The king wants to know the story of what happened after the summoning. Shichiku's face pales, realizing what the king is asking about. The king looks on, waiting for an answer from the nervous hero. Shichiku panics, fearing he's about to be scolded for his actions again. The king explains that he heard unbelievable tales from those who were there. He heard the hero ran off without even picking up the holy sword. His face lights up as he asks if the hero truly passed through a wall. The trio stares in disbelief at the king's enthusiastic line of questioning. The entire council of sages is equally flabbergasted by their monarch's behavior. He excitedly recalls that master magicians are said to be able to do so. The very thought of it, he admits, kept him from sleeping a wink. Beaming with excitement, he demands Shichiku demonstrate the feat before his eyes. His counselors sigh, recognizing their king's obsessive bad habit has surfaced again. A weary Shichiku staggers forward, reluctantly agreeing to the king's request. The stern courtier sharply tells Shichiku to stop this foolishness at once. He begins slamming into the wall, prompting Danya to yell at him. The onlookers wonder if his plan is to simply break through by force. Shichiku finds a proper ledge, muttering about skewing his body's position. The king watches intently as the hero prepares to flip into the wall. In a blur of motion, Shichiku's body slips right through the solid stone. "Wow!" the king exclaims, his face a mask of pure, childlike wonder. The council members are aghast, stammering that he went through the wall. They question where he has gone, detecting no trace of magical energy. Shichiku then casually peeks back in through a nearby grand doorway. He explains he couldn't clip back in due to a lack of surfaces. Kiira and Danya lament the king's pleasure over Shichiku's glitch techniques. The king laughs heartily, declaring it was an amusing sight to behold. His expression sobers as he calls it a power scene only in myths. He surmises that this wall phasing is just one of many great abilities. He lists the hero's other unbelievable feats, from defeating the Elite Four to restoring Tadanka. The king concludes that the hero's powers exceed the very laws of their world. Sir Tezset sweats, noting that it is human nature to fear such power. But the king notes everything the hero has done has benefited them. With Arachne's defeat, the greatest threat to the capital has been removed. Now, they can reorganize their forces and launch an offensive on the Demon King. He argues that the demon's losses are too great for this to be a spy's plot. "I believe in the hero, Shichiku," he declares, asking the sages for their aid. The council of sages remains silent, their expressions cold and unreadable. The stern woman speaks, stating that she is afraid she cannot trust him. Despite his proven power, she cannot simply wipe away her deep distrust. Her gaze is sharp, analyzing the situation with cold, political logic. Shichiku watches the proceedings, a slightly worried expression on his face. However, she cannot deny that the hero has also saved their kingdom. If His Majesty commands it, she will generously lend her assistance. The king tells Shichiku to rely on the Council of Sages going forward. The king muses on the irony of summoning a hero they cannot trust. Shichiku is just relieved he can keep speedrunning without getting scolded. The king says that, actually, they're the ones who should be thanking him. Words cannot begin to describe the depth of his gratitude. He then asks another question. Is Danya proving to be useful? He smiles, noting that she may look stable, but she is not. He warns that she has a tendency to get out of line. As he departs, he asks Shichiku to keep a close eye on her. Alone in the throne room, the king sits quietly, lost in thought. He reflects on the hero Shichiku, summoned by the most powerful saint. He wonders if they will be blessed or if something else awaits. Suddenly, a sharp pain courses through him, causing him to gasp. Dark, swirling tendrils of a curse begin to spread across his hand. A single drop of sweat falls as he struggles against the affliction. He clenches his fist tightly, fighting to suppress the spreading darkness. With a great effort of will, the dark markings recede from view. He lets out a long, weary sigh, the immediate danger having passed. The scene shifts to the relative comfort and privacy of Ada's room. They debrief the meeting, surprised that the fiery Certez set even appeared. They are relieved their trip to the underground world was not discovered. Shichiku then asks why he cannot tell the council about the Demon King. He understands not telling the public, but feels the leaders should know. Danya explains that such a revelation would be too convenient for them. The Demon King may be gone, but the source of his evil remains. Kiira realizes the truth in Danya's words, agreeing with the start. The tiny, bottled Raspy demands to know why the wellspring is still unsealed. They almost forgot about the tiny slime, and Danya casts a soundproofing spell. The spell takes effect, leaving the tiny demon completely isolated. An explains that Princess Ada would be unable to use her holy powers. Kiira notes that the dukes are vassals who swear allegiance to royalty. However, they wield considerable power that even the king cannot simply ignore. If the royal family shows weakness, the king's influence will falter. And in her current form, she has no way to prove her true identity. Shichiku sweats, realizing the depth of this complicated power struggle. Ein states that they must be careful about who they can trust. And he adds that there is very good reason to be so cautious. A weary nobleman with an ornate circlet is identified as a potential traitor. A stern, older woman in a tall hat is another suspect. A grim, eye-patch-wearing man with long white hair is also considered. A cheerful young man with a stylish monocle smiles brightly. A dark-skinned woman with star earrings looks on with surprise. A man with elaborate rolled hair and glasses appears stern and judicial. Shichiku expresses his shock at the revelation of a traitor. Danya explains top secret information about the kingdom's defenses has been stolen. Ein theorizes the traitor is a powerful figure, likely one of the sages. He suggests the sage's hostility was likely the traitor's manipulation. Ein apologizes for worrying Shichiku with this grim news. Shichiku internally processes the information about the Council of Sages. He recalls meeting them, noting they seemed more than background characters. He remembers fan theories speculating the sages were for an unannounced DLC. He thinks of Raspy, who broke from his story role to attack him. He wonders if Brahms and Morphomet are also deviating from the game script. Shichiku listens silently, his expression hardening with determination. He asks if identifying the spy would give them an advantage over the Elite Four. Ein agrees, noting the spy must be connected to the remaining generals. Danya asks Shichiku how he can help without prior knowledge of the sages. Shichiku confidently names their next objective, the flame of Tacit. He proposes using the sacred flame to interrogate the sages and find the liar. Ein sighs, explaining that it would be a piece of cake if it were possible. The flame of Tacit is a sacred heirloom that can see through lies. Danya explains Sir Tacit is a measured man who needs legal grounds to act. Kira adds that convincing the highly privileged old man will be very difficult. Shichiku notes Tacit used the flame on him without hesitation. With a determined glint, he suggests an alternative. They could steal it instead. Danya and Kira are stunned by his audacious proposal to steal the artifact. Shichiku explains the sacred treasures were all items in the original game. He may not know the sages, but he knows everything about the item. Danya and Kira share a look of dawning, horrified realization. He can borrow the flame and return it before anyone even notices. He declares that if he speedruns it, the mission will be a breeze. The others erupt in protest, calling him a criminal who just wants to speedrun. He insists it is for the noble cause of defeating the Elite Four. Ein smirks, warning him that Sir Tacit's mansion is no ordinary place. The mansion is a fortress filled with more traps and guards than the castle. Shichiku pulls a bag from his side, saying he has something prepared. He reveals an ornate hand mirror, an actual game mechanic, not glitch. In a brilliant flash of light, Shichiku's form is completely transformed. Kira stares with wide-eyed shock and confusion at the sudden change. Danya looks on, her mouth slightly agape, equally bewildered by the sight. A sound effect signifies the completion of the magical transformation. Shichiku, now a woman, says this will make the mission a piece of cake. His companions can only stare in utter disbelief at the transformed hero. Kira finally stammers out his name, questioning what has just happened. Danya demands to know what kind of game he is playing at. Kira, on the verge of tears, pleads with him to change back immediately. Even the tiny, jar-bound Raspy is baffled by the hero's transformation. Ein, however, looks on with a focused, almost appreciative gaze. His eyes are drawn to the new, more curvaceous form of the hero. A deep blush spreads across Ein's face as he processes the sight. The female, Shichiku, cheerfully explains this is the character wardrobe function. She says gender doesn't affect abilities, so models are the same height. Holding the mirror again, she instantly changes back to her male form. Ein laments that this goes beyond a wardrobe, and the boobs are gone. Danya theorizes the hero's soul is just in a temporary vessel. Kira asks what becoming a woman has to do with their mission. She reminds him that he said it doesn't change his abilities at all. Her eyes narrow in suspicion as she accuses him of planning a honey trap. Ein yelps in shock at the scandalous suggestion of a honey trap. Shichiku awkwardly insists he has no intention of setting a honey trap. His companions look on with deadpan expressions, finding it hard to believe. He holds up a finger, ready to explain his actual, convoluted plan. That night, they stand before Sir Tacit's grand, imposing mansion. They are granted an audience, standing in the opulent foyer. Sir Tacit begins to state that his resolution remains unchanged. He stops mid-sentence, his eye widening in shock at his visitors. A small panel shows an abstract, chaotic pattern. He recognizes the otherworld hero standing beside Kira and Danya. Kira politely thanks the sage for seeing them at such a late hour. Sir Tacit reluctantly agrees, inviting them to the drawing room. The group follows the short, stern sage down a long, ornate hallway. A flash of light appears by Shichiku's head as his plan begins. He suddenly doubles over, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. He groans that his stomach is killing him all of a sudden. He blames something he ate, collapsing to his knees in mock agony. Danya asks where the toilet is, and Tacit orders a guard to show them. Shichiku thanks them, promising they will be right back as they are led away. Tacit admits to Kira that he has no idea what to make of the hero. A flashback shows the group 3 hours earlier, planning the infiltration. Kira explains that she visits Tacit on occasion, so it won't be suspicious. She points out that Shichiku can't predict the actions of a new character. Kiira vows to keep Tacit occupied, giving Shichiku a window of opportunity. She will also investigate his attitude and any potential ties to the Elite Four. Shichika notes he can't use the flame on Tacit right after stealing it. He is impressed by Kiira's reliability, even outside of battle. Kiira's eye narrows slightly as she listens to the plan. She admits that she feels bad about being complicit in theft, but she acknowledges that there are limits to going about this overtly. Danya wisely notes that to outwit an opponent, you must be unpredictable. She turns her gaze to Shichiku, ready to hear his part of the plan. Kiira asks him how long he thinks the heist will take. The new female Shichiku and Danya dash down the hall, the timer starting. Shichiku explains the run will be done without major glitches to avoid a crash. Danya is alarmed to hear that their world could potentially crash. Their guard slumps against the wall, put to sleep by Danya's lullaby spell. They approach a puzzle door, with Shichiku noting the plan is working. The key is a statue of the world dragon with multiple heads. Shichiku explains the puzzle, telling Danya to tap the dragon heads in the correct order. A loud kachak signals their success, startling the nervous cat girl. He imagines the sound of grinding gears, admitting to himself it's just for fun. While the cutscene door loads, he decides to brief her on the next section. He describes the upcoming stealth dungeon, patrolled by invincible, multi-eyed golem soldiers. Danya wonders if the mansion's owner must traverse this dangerous path every time. Trapped in a bottle, the tiny demon Raspy complains that he can't hear the strategy. The door is nearly open. Shichiku tells Danya that it's time to go. They hide behind a pillar as a golem patrols, the timer reading 1 minute and 15 seconds. He explains the golems move at regular intervals, so they must use their blind spots. The strategy is to wait for the perfect moment, then dash through the gaps. He has Danya equip special DLC gear, admiring the kunoichi outfit's added sexiness. Lacking any stealth gear himself, he decides on a different approach for safety. He announces he will take off his clothes, much to Danya's shocked disbelief. He reasons that being naked raises stealth by eliminating the sound of rustling clothes. The stat change is visible, a +6 boost to stealth, but a -15 penalty to defense. Now stripped to his underwear, he announces that it is about time to move. He reassures Danya, confident she can handle the precise movements ahead. At 2:05, the half-naked hero and ninja companion dash past a patrolling golem. He points out the classic dungeon trap, pressure plates that trigger falling spikes. To pass through the trapped area unharmed, a special technique will be required. He recommends a cartwheel, flipping across the floor while feeling a bit dizzy. Danya nervously watches a golem's patrol route as she prepares to follow him. Suddenly, one of the golems turns, deviating from its set path. Danya panics, realizing that their paths are now on a collision course. She shouts Shichiku's name in alarm as the golem closes in on them. It seems they are about to be caught, with no apparent way to escape. But at the last second, the golem inexplicably spins around and turns back. It walks away, leaving Danya completely bewildered by its sudden change in behavior. She notices a strange pattern every time they are about to be caught. Every single time a golem gets close, it inexplicably changes its direction. Danya asks, in disbelief, why the powerful golems just keep avoiding them. Shichiku reveals this is precisely why he chose the female protagonist for this section. He explains that players in this world can freely change gender, shocking Danya. A deeper mechanic is at play. Player gender can lock in certain enemy behaviors. In speedruns, one must switch genders to get the most convenient enemy patterns. But even with their patterns locked, the golems won't give them an easy ride. To steer their movements for the run, he prepares his trusty slingshot. He fires a pellet, explaining he will use the slingshot to keep them distracted. He points out a wooden crate, an important item in a stealth game convention. With the crate now in hand, the treasure room is finally in their sights. He explains that locked patterns and distractions have kept them safe so far. But in this final corridor, two golems will spot them no matter what. The two massive guardians turn in unison, their multiple eyes gleaming with detection. Danya's face is a mask of pure terror as they are finally discovered. Shichiku remains calm, knowing exactly what to do when this happens. He slams the crate down, declaring that they must hide underneath it. It's a tight squeeze as they both cram themselves under the small wooden box. Danya is blushing and flustered, utterly confused by this bizarre turn of events. She whispers, asking what good hiding is after they have already been seen. The two golems approach the crate, glancing down at the suspicious object. After a moment of silent contemplation, they simply turn and walk away. Shichiku explains that hiding within 0.2 seconds of being spotted cancels their alert state. Danya concludes that the powerful guardians are nothing but clumsy pieces of junk. They sprint into the now unlocked treasure room, the timer reading 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Danya lets out a startled yelp as a new, shadowy threat appears before them. The figure declares them thieves who will be purged for the sin of seeking treasure. Shichiku explains that one last guardian remains before they can claim their prize. Facing the merciless Iron Maiden, he wishes he had his strange rod for a one-shot kill. He tells Danya to stay by the entrance, where she will be safe from the battle. He charges forward, explaining he will bait the boss into using ranged attacks. The Iron Maiden opens, revealing a spiked interior and a glowing weak point. He masterfully dodges a volley of spikes, carefully managing his stamina. He explains that when the boss stops attacking, that is their moment to strike. As it pauses, he fires 3 quick shots from his slingshot at the weak spot. The shots connect, causing a massive explosion that rocks the entire chamber. With the boss knocked down and vulnerable, he leaps into the air for the final blow. He declares he will finish it off with a devastating jump slash. His sword slams down, shattering the merciless Iron Maiden into a pile of rubble. From the wreckage, a single, pure flame materializes and floats in the air. With the flame of Tez Set acquired, he triumphantly stops the timer at 4 minutes and 43 seconds. He begins his post-run analysis, shocked he cleared it without any resets. Danya, looking exhausted, simply states that the boss is already defeated. Raspy, still in his bottle, complains of motion sickness from being spun around. Shichiku says they should use Matatabi travel to return to the waiting Kira. Danya stands alone amidst the scattered remains of the once mighty guardian. She worries that someone is definitely going to find out about the destruction. The chapter concludes, showing the exterior of the grand Tez Set mansion at night. Inside, in a lavish drawing room, Kira sits across from a stern-looking nobleman. The man, Sir Tez Set, demands to know who this hero is barging into his home. Kira calmly reassures her great-uncle, telling him not to worry as Danya is with him. She suggests they return to the important topic at hand while they have time. Sir Tez Set glares at her, his expression unyielding and severe. He sighs, exasperated, commenting on how persistent she has always been. He tells her that his decision regarding the priestess Melina is absolutely final. He refuses to hold Melina accountable for the alleged abuse against Ada 11 years ago. Kira explodes, insisting she saw the whip marks on Ada's back and Melina holding the whip. She declares that with the flame of Tez Set, she can prove she speaks the truth. Melina claimed the whipping was for the summoning, but that doesn't justify violence against Ada. Kira clenches her fist, stating now that she's of age, she has the right to indict Melina. She vows to use that right to unleash the judgment of the law upon her. Sir Tez Set calmly tells her she overestimates the power of the flame of Tez Set. While the flame exposes lies, it cannot absolutely guarantee the truth will be revealed. If a person believes their false testimony is true, the flame will remain white. He condescendingly suggests she might have had similar misunderstandings in her youth. Kira argues that they can compare testimonies in court to get around that. Certez assures her he doesn't doubt her, as harming Ada is unforgivable. But he points out that after 11 years, all physical evidence is long gone. And most importantly, the victim, Ada, has no intention of pressing charges against Melina. He concludes that holding a trial would be in opposition to the kingdom's laws. Kira leveled a cold, accusatory stare at the man before her. In a nearby chair, a man with elaborate hair rolls laughed softly. He condescendingly called her the same inflexible, timid person she always was. Her expression hardened as she questioned his true intentions regarding Shichiku. She reminded him that restraining the hero went against his own stated principles. The old man began to stammer, his composure completely shattered by her words. At that moment, the door opened and Shichiku announced their return. The hero, Danya, and Kira all stared down the flustered old man. Sweating profusely, the elder stammered that he needed to explain himself. The group was gathered in an opulent room, the tension palpable. The scene shifted to a grand castle under a starry night sky. They were in a high tower, in the private chambers of Princess Ada. Inside, her body double, Ain, was sprawled gracelessly on a sofa, snoring. Shichiku noted his exhaustion, while Danya chided his slovenly sleeping habits. The sound of their voices roused a groggy Ain from his slumber. He blinked sleepily at his visitors and welcomed them all back. The four of them settled into chairs to discuss their next move. On the table sat a sparkling artifact, which Shichiku admired aloud. Ain was impressed they had actually managed to steal a national treasure. He then questioned if Shichiku could even use the legendary relic. Shichiku nonchalantly replied that he had used other divine relics just fine. Danya explained that as an otherworld hero, he could use any relic. Deciding to test it, Shichiku carefully picked up the flower-shaped artifact. Suddenly, magical chains erupted from the relic, binding a shocked Ain. The prince stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the shackles on his wrists. He furiously demanded to know why Shichiku had used it on him. Shichiku calmly began his interrogation, asking if Ain was a demonic spy. Ain flatly denied it, stating that it wouldn't serve his interests. A pure white flame bloomed from the relic, confirming he spoke the truth. Shichiku then decided to test the lie detection function more thoroughly. He accused Ain of trying to peek into the women's hot springs. Ain exploded in a comical shriek of shocked and indignant denial. He stammered that he would never, as Kira shot him a sharp glance. The relic's flame roared into a black inferno, exposing his blatant lie. Ain cursed Shichiku's foul play, while Danya said they already knew anyway. Kira, annoyed, cut the trivial chat short to discuss Certez. The elder explained he had confronted Tez about his suspicious attitude earlier. In response, Tez had shown him a mysterious, ornate card. The card bore a cryptic message: remember what the apocalypse is. He noted that Tez had at first dismissed the card as a prank. Kira explained that Shichiku's victories made Tez recall the dark legend. Shichiku muttered that the card sender was even more suspicious than Tez. Kira pondered whether Tez was a spy for the demons or innocent. With no decisive evidence, they were at an impasse. Raspi sulked nearby. Shichiku concluded that this was where the flame of Tez would be useful. They had only 3 days until the next assembly to return the artifact. Ain asked how Shichiku planned to interrogate all the powerful elders. Shichiku replied that speed and silence were his specialties. After all, Ain warned that using the relic was a crime that could backfire horribly. With a confident smile, Shichiku stated he already had a countermeasure. He explained the key was to question them without being recognized. He then pulled out some disguise items he had recently purchased. He proudly presented his solution, a cheap but dandy fake mustache. His companions immediately and loudly rejected his ridiculous plan. Shichiku insisted that, according to the game's logic, it was a perfect disguise. Danya asked what they would do if reality didn't follow his game's rules. She wondered if this meant even he didn't know what would happen next. Shichiku admitted they were now on a quest that never existed before. He quietly wondered to himself just how much of this was a game. Beside a pensive Ein, the tiny slime, Raspy, snoozed in his bottle. Ein admitted he didn't understand how this game thing worked at all. Then, a sly smile spread across his face as he announced an idea. Far away, the shepherdess Matt tended her sheep in the mountains. She suddenly screamed for help as a massive lava boar charged her. A hand gripped a simple sword, wreathed in a sinister, dark aura. With a single, effortless strike, the sword cleaved the boar in two. The swordsman, Brams, stood over the corpse, looking at the stunned girl. He turned away, complaining that blood had stained his dashing new coat. He then turned back to Matt, asking if she was from the area. With a charming smile, he reached out, asking if she was unhurt. The scene shifted to the entrance of the remote and peaceful Assel village. Matt's grandmother, the village chief, wept with overwhelming gratitude. Brams modestly claimed he was merely a lost traveler Matt had helped. The young shepherdess blushed at the handsome stranger's kind words. She wondered why a monster appeared in an area thought to be safe. The chief gravely explained that the season of war was upon them. She said it was the time when the root of evil rampages again. She warned a worried Matt not to stray far from the village anymore. The young girl whimpered in fear at the thought of the growing danger. She wished aloud for the jittery hero to defeat the Demon King soon. Brams recounted that a hero named Shichiku had just been there yesterday. The chief admitted she couldn't say this in front of the hero. She confessed that his arrival made her fear another war was beginning. She recalled hearing that the last war had been a living hell. Brams listened intently, agreeing that it sounded truly frightening. Matt interrupted, confidently declaring that they would all be fine. She had faith that Shichiku would defeat the Demon King for them. Brams was confused by her claim that he would be put in a bottle. He tried to explain that defeated demons simply vanish into magic stones. Matt cheerfully corrected him, saying Raspy became a tiny, harmless slime. She explained that Shichiku had captured the babbling slime in a bottle. Having learned what he needed, Brams waved goodbye to the villagers. He journeyed to a shrine, the purified remains of the swamp of starvation. He recalled that the Eye of the Dead had shown Raspy should be dead. Yet, Matt's story suggested Raspy lived on, even without his life force. He wondered if the hero's power could twist the very rules of death. A terrifying, fanged grin spread across his face at the chilling thought. Back in the castle, Shichika vowed to uncover the hero's true power.